5. Hello, THL. Welcome to the Knights of the Frozen Throne card review stream where we painstakingly go through every single fucking card in the set and hope it doesn't take 4 hours to review them all. My name is RHat. I am your president, and joining me are, well, introduce yourself, boys.
I'm Mainge.
Hi, Mange.
Hi, Mange. I'm Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
I'm Markshire.
Hi, Mason.
Masonshire.
Yes. Masonshire, indeed. And so, Mange, as you probably know, is our Director of Operations, Markshire is our Director of Content Manager, and Tim's just a cool guy with great deeps. So, we're here to hang out and rate all the cards in Knights of the Frozen Throne. And boy, there are a lot of them. Just so you know, the rating system is on the screen. If you're not sure how we're rating them, we wanted to identify all cards with examples that actually occurred, so they go all the way as bad as Amgam Rager up to as good as the first print of Undertaker. So we'll be going one card at a time and going in a round robin style, starting with obviously the most interesting card in the set, Crypt Lord. It's a 3-mana Druid common, so 1/6 taunt. After you summon a minion, gain +1 health. Tim.
I'm going to give this card a 2. I think it has good synergies with tokens, but it just doesn't have enough attack to discourage the opponent from trading into it, and I think that's what it's really missing.
Makes sense. And I figure we can round table this, guys. If something comes up that someone else says that you think is intelligent or handsome, feel free to comment on it.
Right. Yeah, I tend to agree with Tim. The one attack is definitely a detriment to it. It's worth noting though that Druid has a lot of ways to buff all of its minions between Mark of Lotus, Mark or Power of the Wild, things of that nature. But it ultimately it's competing with things like Tar Creeper and another Druid card that we're going to review later. And I think that in a world where those didn't exist, you might consider it. But I agree with Tim. I also think it's a 2.
Yeah, I'm also going to give it a 2. If it gained attack, it would be really good, but there's not that much to be said about gaining a bunch of health if it stays at 1 attack. Even if you can buff it, that's not very consistent, so probably won't see play, but it has some synergy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got 2s across the board in full agreement for our first card. Like, you make a big butt here, and I'm a fan of big butts, and Living Mana really makes this card, like, more annoying. But when would you ever play this over Tar Creeper? I don't really have a good answer for that. And so I think there are so many other good options that this card probably won't see any play outside of Arena. That was easy. Let's just do them all that way.
No, I think we should drag this out. 3 hours, 59 minutes.
Starting the timer. All right. So, Druid of the Swarm. What do we think about this one? It's a 2-mana 1/2. It transforms into either a 1/2 with Poisonous that does not have Taunt, or a 1/5 with Taunt for 2 mana.
I'm a huge fan of this card. I just think 1/5 stats for 2 mana is really good, and I think it definitely replaces Tar Creeper and Aggro Druid. Just imagine curving this into Vicious Fledgling. Like 5 health is just so hard to deal with on turn 2, and you'll probably never use it for the 1/2 with Poisonous. At least I don't think you will, but the flexibility is sort of nice. I just think having 6 stats on a 2-drop is really good in any deck that aims to win with the board, like Aggro Druid.
Yeah, the idea of curving this into Vicious Fledgling actually makes me a little nauseous. Though I disagree with you on the Poisonous. I think that a 2-mana 1/2 is theoretically the sort of thing that it's not defensive like the Stubborn Gastropod, which I think kind of introduced us to this stat line, but I think that there's likely something to being able to get through one big threat when they have nothing else and they don't have the removal. Now, I don't know how often that's going to come up, but if you want to kill a Sunkeeper Terram or a I don't know, even like a Cabal Crystal Run or something, just playing a little doofus that's going to deal with it is still better than a 2-mana 1/5 in some situations. And the fact that it's an option means that it's pretty attractive.
Yeah, I also am a big fan of it. Not quite a 6, but I think a 4 or 5. Maybe a 5 seems right. I agree that you strongly consider it over Tar Creeper because of all of the token Druid synergy. things like protecting Vicious Fledgling and being able to buff it with Mark of the Lotus, Power of the Wild. I think it's a really good card in that type of deck. So
Yeah, I'm gonna put it at a 5. I think a 5 is about right. It's a solid inclusion. I don't know if it really augments an archetype and pushes it to the next level, but I just really like the flexibility of the card. And in a defensive druid, if that deck exists, then this card may be a part of it, just because it generates a lot of life early.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong card. Like, I'm not sure if it replaces Tar Creeper, but it's definitely a really strong addition to the Beast Druid, Token Druid, Aggro Druid, whatever you want kind of deck. It's got the flexibility that Druid really needs. And I've been playing quite a bit of Arena lately, and let me tell you, Stubborn Gastropod, that card is a threat. If your opponent's starting to run low on cards and they use their removal, you drop a 1/2 with Poisonous, they have to find some super creative way to deal with it. And that's not it. You could play it as a 1/5 taunt, beef it up, protect your minions. This card just has so much going for it.
yeah, I do think that sometimes like mid and late game, you don't really care for a 1/5 taunt that much. It might be right to make it just a Poisonous guy to preemptively get rid of a big taunt or another threatening minion when you're trying to close out a game.
Yeah, so this card gets a 6 from me.
Yeah, I mean it's
Nice.
got a lot of value and a lot of flexibility for a low mana cost, and that generally means better than it looks, and it looks pretty good. All right, we got Fate Spinner, which I think is one of the coolest design card in the set, because it's got that secret death rattle. Your opponent doesn't know what it is until it goes off. With that being said, it's cool looking. I don't know how good it is, because you still give your opponent control over what it is, and I think generally players will be able to read it. And so if you read it as just 5 mana, 5/3, deal 3 damage to all minions, even if they know what it is, that's not bad. Druid doesn't really have any kind of wide board clear.
Yeah.
But the second option is going to be pretty dangerous. Because if you're ahead on board, you're never going to play this for +2/+2. So your opponent can just go wide into it and trade, and all of a sudden they can contest your board.
Yeah, I do agree with you that it is one of the coolest design cards. And Druid doesn't really have access to that kind of, wide board clear. So there's definitely some type of consideration there. But ultimately, I think that it's too slow. And the death rattle it's not a secret most of the time, despite it being a secret on the card. So I think that it's probably a 2. Um, but really, really cool, and I hope that we get more design like this in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, like Druid getting AoE is really good. 3 damage AoE is powerful, but it just seems like it's so easy for your opponent to play around. I think I'd give it a 3 just because the AoE is so powerful. I think there's a chance it ends up seeing play in some deck, but overall, probably not.
What do you think, Tim?
This card is super cool, but I have to give it a 2, and I really hope I'm wrong. Like I said, Secret Death Rattles are really cool, but Druids can do so much more with 5 mana than this card.
Yeah, it's when you look at your deck selection options and you say, well, I have Nourish, I have Bittertide Hydra, I have Living Mana, and I have Fate Spinner. I think Fate Spinner's probably not going to make it in.
Even Druid of the Claw.
Yeah, Druid of the Claw still exists. Yeah, man. And then we have a 5-drop as well, 2 5-drops. Maybe instead of this guy, you want to make 2 1/2 spiders with Poisonous. Or maybe you don't. All right. Shall we talk about Nash?
Do we have to?
I mean, you can just give it a 3. That's the only number on the card, and then we can move on.
I think that there's not really a reason to ever play this over Feral. No, what is it called? Feral Rage.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a 1. Probably pretty okay in Arena, but like gaining +3 attack and armor, like I don't know. Just give me the option for 4 attack or 8 armor instead.
But what about if you curve Claw into Bite into Nash? Or no,
Yeah.
what's the 2 mana one? Is there a 2 mana one?
Yeah,
So we're just missing a card from the curve. That's really all it is. That's why this card isn't good, because we're just missing the card from the curve. As Brunson is talking about in the chat, we need Bite Druid.
Yeah, that's a deck that Parker really loves. Not competitive though.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I agree with Mange. Like, there's just no reason to play this over Feral Rage. Druid has decent earlier game removal already. I mean, there isn't even much of a reason to play this over Wrath, honestly.
It's just not good enough. But it's fun to have a tiny bite.
I love Bite.
Yeah, I love bite.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna give this card a 1. I think it's worse than Bash from the Warrior card from the previous set. Yeah, instead, why don't you just play a minion and ramp some mana? That seems like a very Druid thing to do. Don't waste time with this small single target removal.
This love bite.
Oh yeah.
All right. I think the most important thing we got out of that was the name. Let's talk about Hadronox. 9 mana, 3/7 Druid Legendary. When it dies, you get back all your taunt minions that died this game, which is a pretty saucy effect. We've seen with N'Zoth the sort of thing matters, but it doesn't have taunt, and it's a 9-drop that sucks for a 9-drop, right? It's a 3/7.
Yeah, it's hard to see this seeing like serious play. I think obviously the Death Rattle's powerful, but such garbage stats, and it's not a battle cry. Maybe it's like a 3 because you really want to build a greedy Druid deck to like beat the hell out of someone in THL that you think is playing a control lineup. But ultimately, I think the card's not very good.
Yeah, I mean, if it did something, it'd be great, but it doesn't do anything, and you can't even control when it pops. Like, killing off your own 3/7 when your opponent does not want it to die is not easy, unless they happen to make some 1/2 poisonous spiders, which we know are a big deal.
It's got so much health.
Yeah, how do you kill it if your opponent doesn't want it to die?
Maybe
Naturalize
you can't even Nash it.
You nat
No, nope, you can't love bite your Hadronax.
you naturalize it every time.
Oh.
Oh,
All right, so THL member most likely to get this death rattle off in week 1.
Hockey boys.
hockey boys.
Yep, this is an easy hockey boys out of 9. All right, so I'm gonna give this a 2. What do you guys think?
I'm gonna give it a 1.
Oh, Cassie raises a good point in the chat. It might be MMI,
Mm.
which I think is a reasonable argument. Let's see. I'm gonna give it a 2. Mange, Tim.
I think two's about right.
I'm gonna give this a 4. I think.
Oh,
Ooh.
It's got potential. If you're playing this card, you're obviously playing it in a late game taunt oriented deck, or even you're playing taunts up until this point. So the plan is to survive. So, I mean, Druid kind of looks like it's being pushed to summon lots of smaller taunts and buff them up. And the problem with this is you're also summoning weak ass taunts. How many 1/5 taunts do you think this is gonna summon? Probably all. Yeah, 7. That's right.
Yeah, like if N'Zoth got you back 6 1/5s and a Tar Creeper, like would N'Zoth have been the same way it was when it got you back Tyrion, Chilmaw, and Sylvanas?
Yeah. I think it's decent. I mean, I'm not gonna read off the 4 scale. It is not right for all the meta. Like, but I think there is a place for this card.
interesting.
Okay, so somewhere between a 3 and a 4.
Slide. Yeah, I was gonna say the fly slide brings up a good point in chat. Shouldn't 3 and 4 be switched? Because like tech cards see more play in the meta than like Dark Iron Dwarf does.
I was gonna make that point yesterday, and then I forgot. I do think they should probably switch. But
Okay. Well, it's so then we can say like 4 is a all right. So let's change this rating scale. So 4 is a powerful card in some situations, but not others. But when it's powerful, it's really powerful. And then 3 is just averagely good, but like generally not good enough to see play. Is that how we want to define it?
I like that.
Sure.
All right, it switched.
Lit.
So that means this is an Eater of Secrets.
Nice.
Okay.
So then this is a 3.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
All right, fixing the rating system live. So now let's get into
Hell yeah.
now let's get into a card that is going to be very difficult to evaluate. This is the Druid Death
card.
Knight, Malfurion the Pestilent. So you get either 2 of the 1/2s or 2 of the 1/5s. The 1/5s have the taunt, the 1/2 have poisonous, and your hero power, which you won't see on screen here because we're just looking at the card, becomes 2 mana, either gain 3 attack or gain 3 armor. And if you Fandral, you get both.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty hard to evaluate. You, unlike some of the other Death Knights, you do immediately get cards on the board when you play this. You can choose to immediately get taunts, so that shores up some of the disadvantages of spending 7 mana on it. I think I want to give it a 5, even though it's obviously not like a solid typical inclusion. I'm not quite sure if it's archetype augmenting though, but I think it has a pretty good chance of seeing play.
Yep, the way I've been looking at this card is like a Druid Justicar in a lot of ways. I don't know if there's a deck that exists for it right now, but it's 7 mana, gain 15 health, and then your hero power becomes bonkers, right? Because you get if you get the 2/1/5 taunts, which I think you'll get 90% of the time, and you gain the 5 armor, then it's just 7 mana, gain 15, and for the rest of the game, your hero power is really, really good. You can either pick off minions as you apply pressure, you can pick off small annoying things, or you can just gain 3 armor a turn, which is pretty close to gaining 4 armor a turn, which was pretty nuts. So you still have to be willing to play for fatigue. Druid usually isn't. Or you have to be at a point where the life gain matters a lot, which Druid often finds itself in. But I don't know. It's the decks that we have right now for Druid. Jade doesn't have time for this, right? Jade does other stuff, and Token is never going to ramp to 7. But something that wants to ramp, like a ramp Druid would play this every time, and it makes that deck way better. And there may be also kind of control or slower Druids, spell-based Druids even, that find value in this card. I think a 5 is about right.
I am gonna go on the opposite direction. I think it's probably a 3, a decent but not right for all metas. Obviously it's one of the cheaper ones, so that's nice. Like one of the cheaper Death Knights. And summoning 2 1/5 taunts can be helpful. Most of the time that's just delaying the inevitable. If you've lost board as a druid, that's not doing anything to help you get it back. It's just they have to attack into a couple of 5 health taunts for a turn. And I think that the hero power gain 3 is much less valuable for Druid than it is for Warrior, because Warrior has things like Brawl, has synergy with Shield Slam, and ideally, like you can play a better control-y removal style with Warrior than you can with Druid. I think it's really odd, and I'm not sure how you use it, but ultimately I think that it's a 3 and not super great, but maybe a creative deck builder can do something with it. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's the Death Knights are going to be consistently the hardest cards to evaluate in the set because we've literally never seen them. It's in line with the quests, and it's just an effect we've never had before because we don't know if games will go this long. We don't know really just it's even what it's like to play this massive transformative spell that gains you the armor and then changes your game plan for the rest of the game, and also what happens in the games where you don't draw it. It's going to be very difficult for us to say in a vacuum without having touched any of these. Oh yes, this effect is good. Oh yes, this effect is not good enough.
Are we going to go ahead and pretend like Lord Jaraxxus doesn't exist? Is Warlock that bad that we've erased all of the history?
Jaraxxus is not anywhere near the same as the Death Knights, though. It triggers a lot of weirdo corner case effects. It replaces your health, right? And it changes the game in a different kind of way. Jaraxxus was meant to have an overpowered hero power. The Death Knights have really strong hero powers. I wouldn't call them overpowered in the same way as 2 mana make a 6/6.
To be fair, Mike Donet said that they did talk about changing Draxus into a hero card, but ultimately decided that he's fine as is, and then might
Yeah.
do it at a later time when the game is older.
But
Yeah.
it's different, right? It replaces your health total. There are some games where you would never play Jiraxis because 15 was too low, and that's not the same here.
I think it is definitely different, but I think it's comparable. But to move along with this, I'm saying this is a hot 2. I think 7 mana is just to empower your hero power and summon a couple bad minions isn't good enough on turn 7. The choose 1 flexibility just isn't strong enough to justify it.
Darkseid's recording this, you know.
I do think that Brunson, like, this is a meme, right? But I think Brunson brings up an interesting point about some kind of mill style druid. We've seen that kind of deck in the past, and that is a case where gaining 3 health every turn is super valuable. If you're playing Cold Lights and you're playing Naturalizes and you're trying to, send both decks into fatigue. That's interesting. But ultimately, I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, that's fair. And Fandral makes this card interesting, but Fandral makes every druid card good, and so I don't think you can rely on having a 4-drop into a 7-drop pretty consistently. But
Not Fate Spinner.
it's true. Fandral does not make Fate Spinner great. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and this card, as expected, has a pretty high variance in our evaluation, just because, again, we're making up what's going to happen as it goes along. All right, Spreading Plague. This is Unleash the Scarabs.
Kinda.
It's more like
Kinda.
even the board out with Scarabs.
Oh yeah. This gets a 4 from me. It seems like a really good tool to kind of stabilize the board against more aggressive decks, but you wouldn't want it against control decks. And that's pretty much the end of that.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's a 4.
It's just some decks. It's so much life that they can't really get through. I mean, I think about this against a token shaman. It's such a pain in the ass.
It just evolve your board.
Then how much do the 1/5s cost? Are they 2 mana?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was trying to make a nice example. Thanks for shitting on it.
You're welcome.
But yeah, I'm actually going to give this a 3. It's Druid has a lot of tools at 5, and this does generate a lot of life and a wide board. But there are so many matchups where this is just not going to be useful.
Yeah, I kind of want to point out that Druid keeps small boards, obviously, by comparison. The Druids that would probably play this deck, at least. And if you hit, like, 3 minions, you're effectively healing, like, 15 health, which is
like a
just
Druid
a
Death
huge
Knight.
number. Yeah.
Well,
Except you're doing it with minions and
2 less mana.
2 less mana.
I think that this is a really cool card because it's a card that I like to, like, it'll be relevant in deck building for THL.
Yes. Yeah, it will be THL specific because if you know someone likes to play dinky token aggro decks, like if there's someone that keeps bringing Divine Shield Paladin, you just slot in a couple of Spreading Plagues and you're good to go.
I mean, like, yeah, sometimes it can heal for 15, but that heal doesn't work against burn damage, right? It's only against minion damage, so it's sort of inconsistent there. I think I'd give it a 3. It's sort of a meta call. Like it is good against aggro decks and decks that win through the board, but a lot of times it can just be a dead card. And like if you're ahead on the board, then it's just a 5 mana 1/5.
What do you think, Mange? What's your number?
3.
All right.
Sorry, 4. I said 4 before. Yeah.
4.
I forgot that the tech card got swapped.
I mean, you can change your mind.
4.
So you want an Eater of Secrets.
You are not allowed to change your opinion at any point in your life. Don't even try.
Okay.
Well, do you guys like Bolster? And if
No.
so, what about Bolster on a 4 mana 2/3?
No,
This card is terrible, right?
I think so.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay, well, it's... Tim, you seem
Go,
shocked and appalled at our comments.
I don't think it's horrible. I think it's a 7 because it definitely defines the Taunt Druid archetype. When
Hmm.
combined with some smaller taunts, this can be an absolute menace. And it might shift Token Druid away from a more aggressive strategy over to a more mid-range one. Not that it's better per se, but it does give birth to that archetype along with a neutral taunt minion that we'll be seeing in the future.
I
I
just
mean,
Mark of the Wild is, or not Mark
Yeah.
of the Wild, Mark of the Lotus is just better.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing.
Like, just anytime I'd want to play this, I think I'd almost always rather have a Mark of the Lotus.
Or like other cards. Like any of them.
Yeah, I think it's.
I mean-
think it's a 1.
Druid is given all these tools for like super cheap taunt minions, and they have the ability to play Innervate. So, I mean, I'm not saying the deck itself is good, but I'm saying this makes the deck, and that deck wouldn't exist without it.
so they did print several cheap taunt minions that could possibly curve into this, but like some people, I think, Cassidy said this. You really need to hit 2 minions with it to be worth. It's really not great if you're just hitting 1, and because the taunt minions have taunt, they're just going to be less likely to stick around because they're the first minions that are going to die. So I'm going to give it a 1. I don't really think this is going to fit into any Druid deck.
Yeah, I think if you're trying to buff your taunts, you'd rather have the flexibility of a 1 mana buff over committing 4 mana for an extra +1/+1.
Yeah, I just don't envision, like, this card is only good if you have a bunch of taunts on board that aren't being contested, which means your opponent has an empty board, and that usually means they're planning on wiping it some non-damage based way, or they don't care about it. But Tim, we have 3 1s and a 2. Would you like to vary that score by dropping a hot 7 in there?
Yeah.
All right, that's the biggest differential we have so far. Good job. I am certain that the Aeon review of this review will highlight your genius.
Well, I mean, being wrong is okay.
It's true.
Eh,
I mean,
sometimes.
well, how do you guys feel about the number 5?
Hey,
That's a sweet number.
How about the number 5 times?
4
Less cool.
Well, what about dealing
Oh.
5 damage and drawing 5 cards and gaining 5 armor and summon a 5/5 ghoul? And Cassidy's thought on this card is that originally Yang Wu pitched this as a 5 mana, choose 2 of these 4, and then Ben Brode said no. 10 mana, choose all of them! And Brode says, you can have this one.
That was a really good role play. I think the THL should be able to hear that at some point.
Yeah.
I think this card is cool. It's really slow, but it does a lot of things, including dealing 5 damage, which can be hard for Druid to do sometimes. I think that it's a 6. I think that you maybe play one of in Big Druid. Maybe it springboards like a Medivh archetype with like this and Moon Portal. Moonglade Portal. I think it's a 6. I think it's fun.
It's on the funometer, it's a 5 out of 5. But this card, in any kind of rampy archetype, as long as your hand isn't overflowing with cards, and again, we have to view Jade as a non-ramp archetype, because it's really not, it's a combo deck, right? It's a mid-range combo deck. But any kind of rampy deck, and we already are getting plenty of rampy life gain cards. We get Malfurion the Pestilent if you think he's good, or we get Spreading Plague, or if you're playing a lot of taunts like Tim is, you can just Strong Shell Scavenger your way into the late game by bolstering all your taunts. And then you just get to play this guy. And this is almost a win condition in itself, because you just get to bury your opponent in card advantage. By playing this, you're saying, I don't want to win in fatigue. I just want to play all my cards before you play all your cards. And my cards do more things than yours. And I think you put 1 or 2 of these into your Druid decks if you're planning on reaching the late game, and the sooner you get to this card, the bigger effect it has in the game. 5 cards is a lot. It allows you to be a lot less efficient with your cards if you know you're going to end up in this one. So that means Nourish is always for ramp. I agree. I think a 6 is about right, and I'd be willing to give it a 7 in some worlds. I think 6 is the safe play.
I think that in a world where Druid is trading card advantage with Wild Growth and Nourish for like tempo and ramp, this is really great to help replenish that hand in a late game scenario.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna give it a 5. I do think it could see play as a one of, but like 10 mana cards have to be really, really good to see play because they're so slow. Now, obviously, in Druid, it's a lot easier to get to 10 mana with all the ramp they have, but I'm just not quite sure that this does enough the turn that you play it because it's a crazy amount of value for 10 mana. You're drawing 5 cards, but in any deck that you're running this in, you're going to have a bunch of really heavy cards. So those 5 cards are not that good because you can probably only play one of them in the next couple turns. So on the turn you play it, you're dealing 5 damage, gaining 5 armor, summoning a 5/5, but you don't get to do anything with the cards on the turn that you play it. And I think that just might be a little bit underwhelming. It's hard to say though.
Worth noting that drawing so many cards, there is a chance you're hitting like Innervate and Wrath and stuff like that. Like that's going to happen at times. I do agree though that like ultimately it's 10 mana and you're not really developing after that.
Yeah, and the 5/5 for 10 mana is like it's fine as added on for value, but anyone that like pieces out the different effects and gives the mana cost, like it's a 2 mana 5/5, no, it's included in the 10 mana. And so when you're spending 10 mana, getting only a 5/5 on the board out of it is a little underwhelming. Like it doesn't do anything, it just attacks for 5. So that's the same thing that people are going to be developing on turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, I'm not gonna meme you guys by saying this is a 1, but this is gonna get a 6 for all the aforementioned reasons.
Cool. Well, we want to talk about 5 mana cards. We actually have one of the sleeper cards of the set, Webweave, which apparently, when this was 4 mana, was way too good. That's according to Blizzard. I have my doubts.
I mean, I think it would have seen play at 4 mana. Maybe not as a 2 of, but I think it could have seen fringe play. At 5 mana, it just seems really bad. I'm just struggling to see the benefits of it. I think it's a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, they actually said on the reveal stream that when Webweave was 4 mana, it was seeing play in a lot of places.
Ixtar called it a 10 of 10 power level at 4 mana.
Yeah.
And
Which
I
makes
mean
me
that makes
wonder
sense.
what dumb decks are they testing, where that's like crushing them.
Thistlety and
kinda see
Questroad.
it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's they didn't nerf it because it was too powerful. All right, ones across
That's
the
true.
board.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're done with Druid. Hey, we made it. We're 1/10 of the way through.
Oh, good. Only took 40 minutes. Well, 30
Yay.
minutes. We started late.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. This will be over eventually. Abominable Bowman.
Oh.
I caught myself. Abominable
Oh.
Bowman. So, what do you guys think about this card? It's not a beast itself.
It's bad. It's okay, so if you envision a scenario where a slower hunter exists, which people have been saying every expansion since this game has come out, it's probably pretty good, right? Like you cut out in the 1-drops and you play value death rattles like High Main and that what other cards that hunter would play. But ultimately I don't think that type of archetype is gonna be good enough. And I think that there's a Warlock card that's pretty similar to this, right? That has seen no play. In a
Cruel
class,
Dinomancer?
yes, in a class that better supports control-y styles. I think ultimately this card's just not good enough. So
Yeah.
I'll give it I don't know, a 2.
Well, like control-y style, I think that what you're saying is slow, but I wouldn't call this a control card. I'd call this a mid-range card, right? This is a sticky mid-range threat. Because if you're playing this, that means you're playing a vanilla 7-mana minion that when it dies, you get another minion. So it's control wants to prevent damage or get
Yeah.
value somewhere, and this is just like a big fat threat that turns into another big fat threat. I would call this a bad mid-range card, or just it's a terrible high main.
Yeah, I didn't mean control. I just mean like a slow
Yeah.
value type.
Yeah,
Game.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it can also be a big fat mid-range threat that turns into an alley cat. Like I don't think there's any hunter deck where you can cut your 1 and 2 drops, and if you end up pulling those out of this, then it's just really bad. Also, not being a beast sucks. Also, just being a 7 mana card is really bad for hunter because I just don't think control hunter is going to be viable at all. I'll give it a 2.
I think that the legendary from last set is better, whose name escapes me right now.
Swamp King Dread.
Swamp King Dread. Yeah, I think that's even better.
Yeah, it's a 9/9.
Yeah,
And it's
Yeah.
a dinosaur.
This is gonna get it 2. There's way too many 1/1s in Hunter.
Yeah, I gave it a 1. All right. Do we want to talk about Darkseid's favorite card in the set?
Bear Shark.
Bear Shark.
It's the funniest art in the set.
Yes. Arthas is close. But
Fair.
yes. Bear Shark is. I mean, it's a fucking bear shark.
It is.
But outside of that, so Hunter's 3 mana slot historically very crowded with good stuff. 3 mana 4/3s, typically fragile offensive threats that usually die to 2 drops, and I don't see too many spells or hero powers that are normally going to be targeting this guy. Like, yes, it's nice if you dodge a Frostbolt, but it still dies to 3 points of minion damage anyway. We're still in the meta where Medivh's Valet exists, Rallying Blade, Fiery War Axe. There are so many different ways to deal 3 damage without using a spell that I don't foresee. I view the text as a blank probably 90% of the time, which means you can replace this with something like Hired Gun or Violet Illusionist, both of which are cards that have only seen play in very specific cases. Hired Gun when you pick it in Arena, and Violet Illusionist when you have Fool's Bane. Otherwise, the cards don't do anything. So I view this as another card that's not going to do anything. I give it a 2.
I think that I will give it a 4. I think that right now, going through this meta, it's not going to be great and see much play because this card's not very good when you're behind. And right now, Hunter's early game is still not good. It still loses to almost every other early game. But if Hunter can pick up some really strong snowbally early game, this type of card becomes crazy when you're even or ahead. So I think that the effect and the stats and everything are okay and good enough for it to see play at some point down the line, maybe even in Wild. But yeah, ultimately it's probably not going to be good this expansion.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. I think it might see play down the line, but right now Hunter just has so many better options at 3 mana. Animal Companion, Eagle Horn Bow, Kill Command, Unleash the Hounds. Rat Pack is arguably better than this. That's situational though, but I feel like too often it's just a 3 mana 4/3, and that's just really not good enough.
Yeah, this it's gonna get a 3 from me. The 3 damage effects are just so prevalent. But if a meta appears where you're not facing any Fiery War Axes, Eagle Horn Bows, Rallying Blades, Medivh's Valets, this card gets played every time. But that I don't foresee that happening.
I think like if you made this card a pirate, it would be busted as fucking Pirate Warrior.
Sure.
Because they have that kind of like early game to snowball it, and like now you can't come back on board with a spell like a Frostbolt or other removal. So one day a Hunter will get those kind of tools, and this card will be good.
I'm disappointed it's not a 3/4.
Then it would be a Bear Shark Pirate.
That's a Shark Bear. That's coming next expansion.
Oh man, that would be the dankest meme. All right, so Corpse Widow. This is a beast, and this is a fascinating card. Like, we don't have any kind of. When I say mid-range hunter, I don't mean the old mid-range hunter that was just like a slightly slower face hunter, and you topped out a Doctor Boom and Ragnaros. I mean like a deck that aims to get sticky mid-game value. If that deck exists, I think this card is going to be a big part of it. Because there are so many Hunter Death Rattles, but you can also easily put Loot Hoarders in your deck, or Blood Mage Thalnos if you're getting saucy. Like you can put 1 or 2 mana Death Rattles in your deck and just kind of spit them out there for free, or you get to play 1 mana Rat Packs, or 4 mana High Mane is the dream, but you're not going to play that the same turn. But any kind of cost reduction here, especially with something that Hunter already wants to do, I think there's a really chance of this being decent. I think there's a chance of this being a 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd give it a solid 5. I think there's a pretty good chance it sees play. Hunter has historically struggled with the 5 slot. I mean, Tundra Rhino is pretty good, but not an amazing card. I mean, it's even run Stranglethorn Tiger and Kodo in the past, which are really not amazing cards. They just have decent stats and effect and are beasts. And this has more upside than those cards, I think. Like you said, you can run cards like Loot Hoarder, but it's also just really good with the cards you're already running, like Kindly Grandmother, Infested Wolf, High Mane. Pretty good. I like the stat distribution too. Like a 4/6 is very solid for 5 mana.
I think that it's a 4. I think that it's pretty solid just because it's a 5 mana 4/6 beast. But I think that its effect is being overrated a little bit. In terms of upside, I do think that things like Conjure Rhino have more upside because that sticks. Charging high mains is insane, or being able to like machine gun alley cats or kindly grandmothers. Like you can do a lot of swingy tempo plays with that. And like I guess I don't know. Best case scenario for this card is you're just kind of hoping that on 5 you get to play a free kindly grandmother with it, which is nice. But I don't know. I don't think that it's the discount is going to be relevant a lot of the time. Um, I don't think that Hunter can afford afford to play things like Loot Hoarder because they tend to have no way to swing the board back if they're not dominating in the early game. So yeah, I think it's being overrated a little bit, although that can change with new sets, new cards. But I think right now it's probably just a 4.
Yeah, now when I first saw this card, it was kind of like Billy Mays was trying to sell a product to me. I saw it and he was really trying to sell it to me. He was like, Billy Mays here with the Corpse Widow. You can impress your friends by playing a well-statted minion on curve. And if you call in the next 10 minutes, we'll throw in your very own kindly grandmother absolutely free. But wait, I'm not done yet. The rest of your Death Rattle minions will be offered at a discounted price. Just pay shipping and handling. It's so good. I got to give it a 5. I love the 6 health on this card.
That was an excellent Billy Mays impression, if I say so.
That
I
was
think it
great.
needs work.
Yeah. Well, if we don't have enough divisive opinions, how about a 6 mana Death Knight? And as a reminder, the hero power is Build a Beast. You take 2 different beasts. They both will for sure cost 5 mana or less. The first option you discover, it'll have some kind of text. And the second option you discover, it will either have only an ability or be just vanilla, just stats. It stitches the mana cost together, the effects together, and the power and toughness together.
So this doesn't put it on the board, right? This puts it
In your hand. Yep. It's basically 2 mana, draw a weird, expensive card.
Well, first problem I see with this card is it costs 6. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but they have another okay 6 cost card that they want to play.
The other Hunter Legendary.
But I think I'll give it a 3. I think I'll give it a 3. I don't know. I've gone back and forth on this one. I do think that it generates a ton of value, and like even in a mid-range hunter, if you're trying to beat other control decks, like it can be crazy. Just playing 5 mana beast after 5 mana beast, with these crazy stitched together effects, and the board clear can be relevant sometimes, or the AOE. But yeah, I'll give it a 4. I'll give it a 4. I think it's a tech card when you're trying to beat slower decks, and an interesting THL card.
Yeah, I mean, 6 mana is one of the faster Death Knights, but for Hunter, it's pretty slow. I just don't like. I think the only deck that this card could see play in is some sort of slow Hunter, and I don't think that'll be viable. Once again, the hero power it gives incredible value, but it's just so slow. Like you have to spend 2 mana to put the card in your hand, then you have to spend the mana to play the card. And unless it has charge, like you have to wait another turn to get the value out of that card. I just don't see Hunter ever having games last that long. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, if you could stitch Stone Test Bore into every single card, this card would be lit. But I don't know, man. It's like this will be fun, but it's what other hero power gives you inevitability in long games is Steady Shot. You already do this as a hunter, right? But instead you just say I'm going to be more reliant on the board and I'm going to go indefinite with board development, but I'm going to have no way to interact with your face. And so that means you have to build a hunter deck that is committed to not killing through damage, because we're assuming that damage would be better and you just wouldn't play this card if that was the case. So you have to be committed to not killing through damage, which means you're not playing most of the good hunter cards. So what are you trying to do? You're just trying to stay alive till you draw your Death Knight? What happens if you don't draw it? Then all of a sudden your deck is a bad value deck that also deals 2 damage sometimes? I don't know. I don't see this being relevant as of right now. It's very hard to evaluate. It is one of the cheaper ones. The Battle Cry, it's nice that Hunter gets some AoE, but I don't see this seeing any kind of play. I put it at a 2.
Yeah, they purposefully made this 6 mana. It's
Yeah.
just so disappointing that like if it was like 7 mana and it was like a 3 damage AoE, we could talk about it. But no, this gets a 2 from me.
Man, rip Hunter. But they probably revealed this first so that our expectation would be sufficiently lowered, and then they could beat it with the other Death Knights.
You guys are sleeping on it. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, feel free to put in your Ombre decks.
God,
Oh,
I hope so.
absolutely.
This card is dope, though.
Exploding
I love it.
Bloatbat? Or Deathstalker Rexar?
Just wait.
Oh, the Rexar.
Yeah. Well, do you think that Exploding Bloatbat is lit?
No.
No. I could see why you might think you could combo this with like Play Dead and other Death Rattle triggering effects to kind of clear your opponent's board, but you're wrong. This card has some decent value when you fuse it as like a Zombeast, or when you discover it from another source. But for the love of everything, don't put this into your deck.
Sounds like a 1 if I've ever heard one.
You know why this card is great? Because it gives me a sick death rattle for my zombies, baby.
Yeah, and it raises the cost of your zombies by 4.
Fuck.
My favorite thing about this card is it shows the progression of Firebat's career over time.
Yeah, this is like the late stage Elvis when he's really let himself go.
The Elvis Bloatbat.
Yeah. Oh man, any reason why this isn't a 1?
I just don't see any redeemable qualities.
5 years down the line, it's gonna be sick and wild.
Why?
Just because they'll have like tools to be able to take advantage of things like Play Dead, and, Cycle, and whatever. Just when they get more cards, more sets. Not anytime soon though.
Well, what about if you were able to set off this Death Rattle whenever you wanted with a 1-mana spell?
Yeah.
Like Play Dead.
I'd rather get a 3/2 from my kindly grandmother.
Okay. Well, Play Dead is interesting. I used to love Feign Death, right? Playing that ridiculous Feign Death deck, but it wasn't actually good, and it was only good when you got like 3 Death Rattles at once, and one of them was Sylvanas. Are there any Death Rattles worth going out of your way for playing this card?
Sylvanas.
Well, in Standard.
No.
Awkward.
I don't know.
Probably not.
Oh, it's Hadronox.
There you go.
Oh, you can get that off of the web spinner guy. What's his name? I don't remember his name.
Jeweled Macaw.
Jeweled Macaw.
Dope.
Brunson, you have an assignment.
But what taunts are you running in Hunter?
You fuck.
Hey, you get your logic out of here, sir.
Houndmaster a high mate. That probably doesn't come back.
Does not.
No, I don't. This,
It does not. If it did,
Okay. Oh,
It would
that's not even it.
suck.
I was gonna
Not as
say.
Give me Misha.
Nesting Rock, but no, not even Nesting Rock.
Yeah, you get back so you have a 1 out of 3 chance to get 1 taunt back.
Hunter can't afford
Nice.
to play such a low value card without any type of like super draw, and they don't have that. It's bad. It's a 1.
I mean, this mechanic has been printed for Hunter before in Princess Huron and whatever the 3/3 is called.
Terror Scale
and those
Stalker.
cards have right, and those cards have not seen play either. So I don't think this will without a body. The one redeemable quality, I guess, is you can use it in the early game when tempo is a lot more important. So you could, get that 3/2 for 1 mana, but it's really only good in that scenario. I think I'll give it a 1.
If only we still had Haunted Creeper.
Yeah, that's like the upside of it, right? Like you get to play a 1 mana 3/2. That's sometimes like that's just not good enough.
It wasn't good enough for Carnassus Brood.
Feels bad, man.
You know what to do. This is a 1.
Well, yeah, it says it right in the corner.
Hell yeah.
All right, Hunter Legendary, Professor Putricide. So after you play a secret, you get a random Hunter secret also played onto the battlefield. And it's a 4 mana 5/4. Thoughts?
I'll let someone else go first.
Bad news, everyone. My stats are decent, but random traps just aren't good enough. So he's a 1.
Oh,
A 1?
He's a 2.
no, stick to your guns.
No, you're right. He passes the vanilla test, but
It's
I'm not putting him in my deck.
So, first of all, excellent impression once again. Second of all, 4 mana 5/4s historically, 4 mana 5/4s with marginal upside are usually good enough, right? I view this as a decent 4-drop Hunter threat, and they don't have a lot to do on 4. You have to be playing a couple secrets in your deck. Cloaked Huntress,
Yeah.
before MSG, was good enough. Was, like, legitimately good in the mid-range Shaman metagame. I don't know if this is the card to revitalize that deck, and I know for sure the secrets in this set are not enough to revitalize it, but that was close to being good enough, and it was really punishing to slower decks, and this set is entirely biased towards slower decks. I think you drop this guy in 4 every time. They either have to deal with it as an onboard threat, or you smack him for 5 and then play a double secret. I think this is 5 or 6. I could see a 6, but it's still a 4 mana 5/4. I don't expect the effect to come across, to happen very much, and I'm still not sure on Secret Hunter. But if Secret Hunter is good, again, it is because of the existence of Professor Putricide. I think this makes it worth playing, as well as the meta consideration. I think I'm going to give it a 5.
Yeah, it would really only see play in a Secret Hunter deck. I really wish it were a beast. It would be a lot better if it was, but a 4 mana 5/4 isn't bad. And in the late game, the late game isn't something that Hunter finds itself in very often, but even in sort of the mid game, if you have enough mana to play a secret, then it's pretty solid. I think I'll give it a 5.
I will give it a 3. I think that it's decent, but it may not be right for all metas.
Excellent commentary.
The biggest problem with this card, the absolute biggest problem, is that you have to play secrets, and secrets historically are not great. Now there is definitely value for gaining multiple secrets, because then it becomes harder, especially something that's random, right? It becomes harder to play them, play all of them around at once. But yeah, I think it's solid. I just like, Secret Hunter has to be good enough, and I don't know that it's going to be.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
3.
it's also worth pointing out that when you're playing the good secrets out of your deck, Professor Putricide is pulling the bad secrets out of nowhere.
Right.
That's fair, yeah.
So this could be the hydrologist effect. A bad secret that your opponent isn't expecting and can't play around is still better than not having a secret at all. right? It's still incremental card draw and incremental effect, and Hydrologist has gotten value out of Getaway Kodo so many times when that card is not good enough to be put in your deck. So
Right.
there are plenty of secrets that are good enough when you don't have to pay the cost of putting them in your deck.
But now imagine Hydrologist just played a random secret from you instead of you being able to discover it and choose it for the right situation.
Sure.
Oh, if this card did that,
I
feels
mean,
nuts, man.
Like
it's-
imagine, you're way ahead on board and it's just playing something that's not relevant.
but there's no Hunter secrets that are just completely irrelevant when you're way ahead on board.
No, but that was just arguing against the Hydrologist comparison.
It's
because
not as good as
specifically
Hydrologist.
Specifically good because you can discover and play play the secret for the right situation.
But if we're talking about free value, the requirement for the effect in the game has to be a lot lower because it's free. And if it happens to be
Yeah.
free value, that's the effect you exactly want, then that's good. But free value of the effect that's variable, Yogg was good enough, and that's what it did.
I think this card is missing a lot of Warcraft flavor too. Like Professor Putricide has nothing to do with secrets
Or Hunter.
or
Yeah.
hunters.
All right. Well, let's talk about Dog Peddler. Stitch Tracker. It's a 3-mana 2/2. Discovers a copy of a minion in your deck.
So I
Understand.
don't want to.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So I don't want to underestimate Discover because it's been proven to be a very strong mechanic, but I don't really think that this is what Hunter wants. Like Hunter doesn't really have draw, but if it wants pseudo draw, I'm not sure it wants it in an understated 3-drop.
Yeah, I was going to say that Hunter can't afford to play cards like this because they have no way to come back on board. If this were like a mage card or a warlock card, it'd be much more interesting. But Hunter has to play a linear tempo based style, and it's not good enough on curve, and the card that you draw isn't likely to help make up that tempo loss.
It like compares unfavorably to Rat Pack in every way, right?
I think so.
The only difference is if it's turn 10 and you top deck this and you get a high main. But so far, so many of our answers to all the Hunter cards involve Savannah high main. It's there has to be a world where you can just play this on turn 3 and that's good enough, and I don't think we're there yet. Unless you want to play like the Dragon Priest style of Hunter, where you just overwhelm your opponent with constant threat generation. But Hunter just doesn't have the kind of density of that effect yet to really get there. So yeah, I'm gonna give this probably a 3 or even a 2. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I mean, go ahead, Tim.
I think I'm gonna give this a 3. But I think this has a really solid place in like a secret hunter deck where you absolutely, if that deck is viable, you absolutely have to have Putricide and you have to have Cloaked Huntress. And Stitch Tracker gets you there.
That's interesting.
I was actually about to say the same thing. Like, if this sees play at all, it'll be in Secret Hunter when you really need to discover that one specific minion, which is your Cloaked Huntress or maybe even Professor Putricide. So it has sort of potential there, but probably won't be good. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I also think 2 is right.
Okay. Toxic Arrow.
In the interest of time, one's across the board. Let's go.
It's the worst card in the set, right?
Web Weave.
I think
This is worse than that.
Web Weave.
In
like-
the interest of time, this card is fucking terrible.
It's like I could play Arcane Shot or I could play Hunter's Mark. Those are just better.
Yeah, I want it to be good so bad because Hunter really needs early game removal. Like they're
Yeah.
missing quick shots so badly right now, but it's so bad. Yeah.
So this card, you absolutely hand buff your Wild Pyromancer, play it, Toxic Arrow it, clean the board. Wonder what you're doing with your life.
As I actually have skipped straight to the last step.
Then you are ready for this card.
All right. Well, we do have a secret here, the only secret in the set. And it's a different kind of snake trap. It summons an Emperor Cobra when one of your minions attacked.
Quick, they're running out of designs for hunter traps. Throw another 3-mana neutral beast in there.
That's what they're doing. Over and over and over again.
Yeah, this card's not good enough to put into your deck, but it is dope if you get it off of like Putricide. And like in the late game, it can cause a lot of problems for your opponents.
Yeah, like your opponent procs this trap on their turn, so then they get to choose how to deal with your 2/3 with poisonous. So they can just remove it. Like you usually don't even get the effect of poisonous unless you're really far ahead, in which case you don't even want this card. So I'll give it a 1.
Yeah, I just don't see ever putting this card in my deck. Like it's there. The 2/3 Cobra just sits there, and your opponent can deal with it however they want, and poisonous on your opponent's terms is typically not that great, which is why also we're not as high in the 1/2 spiders that Blizzard is.
I think in a world where Hunter's Mark is 1 mana and not 0 mana, it's better than Snake Trap, or it's similar, I guess. Yeah, I think it's a 2 probably.
Yeah.
And maybe you throw it in your Secret Hunters decks, and like Tim said, sometimes you get it off Putricide, and it does pretty good work.
Okay, well, I'm giving it a 1.
Mm-hmm.
We finished Hunter, guys.
So the fun game to play after the stream is to look through the neutral beast and figure out what's the next secret for next expansion. 3 mana beast.
Yeah. That's curious. We ready for Mage?
Silverback Page.
Oh yes, that's it. It's like Bear Trap except worse.
Oh god.
It's Cassie is thinking Rager Trap, which I think is an excellent idea. But which Rager? There are so many of them. All right, Breath of Syndragosa. Its Flame Cannon now costs half as much, deals half as much damage, and freezes it. This card, if you get to the state where you have one specific thing you want to deal with, this is a lot of value for 1 mana. And that's, it's made up for by the fact that you can't target, but I mean, boy, this is busted in Arena. And 1 mana spells typically find a way to get played in Standard. I don't know if this is the best one, but I think it's better than Arcane Missiles in a lot of situations.
And Arcane Missiles is seeing a ton of play right now, isn't it?
Well, not right now, but it has seen play.
That's
Only
very
the
true.
Flame Waker.
But I think we're missing enough like spell synergy minions to make this card good. So this gets a 1 from me.
So if this card didn't have random on it, wait, do we think that it needs to have random on it? Like obviously Blizzard felt like it did. But I think that if it didn't, you could consider it for your deck.
I think it would definitely see play if it didn't have random, but it doesn't, and Flamewaker isn't in Standard. I'll give it a 3. Like I think it's a pretty solid card, but I just don't think it fits into any of the Mage archetypes that are going to be good. Because I don't know, Mage is trending towards being slower. Like even Secret Mage can't really afford to run this card, but it's definitely not bad. It probably sees play in Wild, and I think it can see play in the future for sure.
Worth pointing out that it's a mage spell, so you're gonna get it off of Battling Book and Kabbalah's Tome, and sometimes it's gonna be pretty good in those situations. I think it's a 3.
Yeah, well, we also don't know how good Freeze is, because if Freeze proves to be a valid point, the value of having 1 mana freeze a thing is going to be pretty enormous. So, yeah, I think a 3 is about right. But I could very well, like, a 3 could very well mean not right for all metas, and I don't know if it's C-play right now. I do know that in Wild, this card is nuts.
Yeah, it's a good thing Shaman didn't get this card.
I agree.
Yeah.
Speaking of cheap freeze effects, how about Cold Wraith? This is a spider tank that draws a card if your opponent has a frozen thing.
I mean, it's 3/4. It's 3 mana 3/4, which is really good. I don't know how often you're gonna have an enemy frozen and play this in the same turn. Like I guess you will in Freeze Mage, but is it really worth running? Like at the point in the game where you're freezing your opponent's board, the 3/4 isn't really doing that much. I think the card draw is doing a lot, but I'm not sure. I think I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, like this is clearly not meant for a freeze mage deck, right? Because you can't depend on the cycle. You don't want to be freezing on turn 3 with freeze mage. You want to be drawing cards. This is for a different kind, like a cold mage or whatever you want to call it. Like I envision a mech mage built around freezing effects as opposed to mechs, right? Like you're kind of playing this mid-range mage. Yeah, some mid-range like mage is so many poorly named decks. It's freeze mage but not freeze mage, and it's like tempo mage but not tempo mage. But it's like a mid-range tempo-driven freeze effect deck. This card goes in it.
Yep.
Now I don't know if that deck exists, but if it does, this card goes in it, and this card is very very good in it. And it just mech mage used to play spider tank, and sometimes it cost 2, but a lot of time you played on 3 and it was fine.
Firebat seems to think that this card goes into freeze mage right now.
Like actual freeze mage.
Actual freeze mage. I don't know if I'd go that far. I do think it's probably a 3 or a 4, but his argument was that with you have 2 frost novas, 2 blizzards, frost bolts. You can proc it fairly consistently in freeze mage, and it's extra cycle. Or even if you're like against pirate mage, you just play it, or pirate warrior mage, you just play it on 3. And it's a pretty good body and helps contest the board. I am interested to see if one of those freezy tempo decks that you're talking about sees play. I'm not sold, but I do think that it has a lot of potential, so I'll give it a 4.
Yeah, that's fair. And Glacial Shard so far has only seen play in Quest Rogue, but it's a card just waiting for its turn.
Yeah, this is a 3. The stats are good, but it's just too much work to try to freeze an enemy and then play this. I'd rather either draw cards or develop a stronger minion or throw burn at face.
Do mage things.
Yeah, do the things that mage does. Not play 3/4s.
Like make your opponent's spell cost 1 more. Is that what mage does?
Oh hell no.
It's Doomed Apprentice.
Garbage.
This card seems
Fun.
terrible.
Yeah, it's just so weak for its mana cost. Like I don't think the effect is that good to justify it. Like it dies to pretty much anything. 1.
Tim?
Yeah, this is hot garbage. Cold garbage rather.
Yes. No, Casty, you can't do that. So freeze lasts through. If you freeze your opponent's stuff, it lasts through the end of their turn. If your own stuff gets frozen on your turn, it lasts through the end of your next turn. Okay, yeah. So Doomed Apprentice is terrible. Oh boy, we're right to the Death Knight. So 9 mana. You get a 3/6 water elemental. You get your 5 life. Your elementals for the rest of the game gain lifesteal, and then your hero power becomes 2 mana, deal 1, and if you kill a minion, you get a water elemental out of it. I don't know. I
I think
believe
this is very interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, super hard to evaluate, right? Super difficult to evaluate. I don't know. It's slow. The hero power is only good if your opponent really plays into it, or you have small things of your own that you want to kill. And water elementals are really good on turn 4, not as good on turn 9. And when on the turn you play it, all you're doing is summoning a 3/6 unless you have elementals in play. You have elementals in play, you get to gain life right away.
I'm gonna take my first super risk of the card review. I'm gonna give this a 7. I'm a
Oh
believer.
boy.
I'm a believer. It's a deck that has ice block, that has a lot of control tools, potentially things like Pyros, Baron Geddon, whose effect will then turn into siphoning life for you. I think that there's potential here for a brand new deck, or maybe not brand new, but a slow mage deck built around her and elementals that can be potentially powerful. The hero power is pretty powerful. You don't have to just ping off one health things. You can combine them with your other minions and spells to, bury something, summoning lifesteal water elementals for you. I think that there's a chance because of Ice Block. So Ice Block and Baron are the two things that make me excited.
Is it
So-
confirmed that the lifesteal works with like Baron Geddon?
Why wouldn't it?
I just don't know how lifesteal reads.
It's the
I think it
it's
does.
Wicker Flame Burn Bristles text is how lifesteal reads. So whenever this deals damage, you gain that much life. It's the same as also. I would envision that would work the same as Halazeal.
Oh, so like Blaze Collars deal 5 damage, gain 5 health.
Correct.
Right.
Oh.
And also in Wild Ragnaros into this is gain 8. I don't know. It's Mange. I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to put this at a 3. I think that it is too slow for Control Mage has historically not been minion based in the end game, and this is a deck that wants to be minion based, that wants to develop the board. The hero power against a non-minion based deck is bad. It's just the same as the original hero power, so you have to depend on water elementals and gaining life. So water elementals and gaining life is all well and good. And the hero power effect, you probably have to play Syndragosa in the same deck, which means you can get a couple extra elementals out of it. But I don't foresee banking on having elementals on board the turn you play this. I don't see late game water elementals being quite good enough, and I don't think the hero power is upgraded enough. I'm going to give this a 3.
So Control Mage does have a lot of tools, but if you're in a position where on turn 9 or later you're not going to die the next turn, or you have Ice Block up, why wouldn't you just play Alexstrasza and set up lethal for the next turn or the next 2 turns? This just seems like a much slower Alexstrasza, and I think it's worse defensively too in terms of not getting the immediate healing. Although I could be wrong about that. I guess there's situations where you want the 5 armor instead of the heal to 15. Also, I don't think Elemental Mage is going to be very good. I just don't think that slow minion-based Mage is going to have enough support. I would also give it a 3.
Yeah, I'm with Markshire. Instead of fucking around with weird lifesteal elementals, how about you just win the game? That sounds fun.
Because sometimes Druid gets 40 armor.
And then you're going to whittle that
Don't-
down 3 at a time.
That's why
Absolutely.
you
It's gonna
ban
be
Druid.
fucking beautiful.
Yes. Ban Druid.
Sometimes you just gotta accept that matchup and not play a bad deck.
Listen, you guys gotta take risks.
I don't have to do anything.
Risks, I say.
All right. Well, Knights of the Frozen Clone got the secret. It duplicates your opponent's minions instead of yours when they die. I don't know about this one.
I do.
Value, but
Garbage.
yeah, I don't really first this reminds me of Mana Bind, and Mana Bind sees 0 play.
We have way too many secrets for Mage that trigger when your opponent plays a minion.
Well, but this would be really good when in the Glacial Mysteries deck, right?
No.
If that's a deck.
This doesn't see play in that wonderful, beautiful baby.
I just want to get more secrets than the screen can hold.
Isn't there a limit? It's like 6 or something.
We'll
Yeah.
find out.
I think 6 is the limit.
Yeah, I
It's
think
6 card.
I think a 2 is right for me. You don't want to do a 1 or a 2, Mage?
Oh, I think it's a 1.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. I mean, your opponent can just play a cheap, low-value minion, and you don't really get anything out of it. And even if they play a really big minion, you still have to pay the mana to play it. So, it seems like it's unlikely that you'll ever get the chance to play like both of the copies of a really powerful minion. Yeah, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, even in a value-oriented kind of deck, I'd rather have Mirror Entity if it's a big minion, so that I have initiative with it next turn and I can use it to clear whatever was just played. But I don't want 2 copies of big cards in my deck, or in my hand at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Ghastly Conjurer. Do you guys like mirror images?
Not really.
I know one
Um,
deck that does.
I think that,
Quest Mage.
yeah, this is. I think it's pretty obvious that it's designed for like Quest Mage, right?
That's
Yeah.
that's the only deck I can think that this goes in.
But like, why would this be the way that you want extra spells? Why is it like, well, I need extra spells. Not gonna play Burgly Bully. Not gonna play Primordial Glyph. Not gonna play Kabbalist Tome. Not gonna play Shimmering Tempest. I'm gonna play a 4-mana 2/6.
Because it gives you a defensive spell, I guess. I don't know. It's not very good.
Yeah.
Maybe one day though, if spells actually matter in a way that Flamewaker made them matter, it might be okay.
Play the 2/4 freeze card.
Oh, Demented Frostcaller.
Yep, that's right.
We got the curve. So on the coin, you go the 3-mana Frostcaller. No, wait, it costs 4, right? So
Yeah.
turn
Yes.
4 Frostcaller. Or no, turn 4 Conjurer, turn 5 Frostcaller Mirror Image. We got there. Figured it out.
Yep. Continue to freeze your opponent with single target freezes, and then wonder why you can't kill them.
Yeah, this is too.
It's too bad Shatter couldn't go face.
Yeah, I think Cassie is right. If this card had taunt, we might be a slightly different story, but
If this card had
No.
taunt, it would be way better. Way, way better.
It would be better.
Markshire, what are you rating it?
I'm gonna give it a 3. It's tough to evaluate, but like Mirror Image has seen play in Tempo Mage, and I think it can be better than Mirror Image, just because it has a body attached to it. Sometimes Mirror Image was just a really dead draw in the late game because it didn't do anything, and this sometimes could do something. So there might be a deck that this is good in outside of Quest Mage, but not right now.
Yeah, they need to print something as powerful as Flamewaker for that to be considered, I think.
yeah, this is 2.
Glacial Mysteries. Oh boy.
Does anyone other than Mange not think this is a 1? Mange, you have the floor.
I think it's a 2.
Oh, come on!
Yo.
Oh, I never said it was amazing ever. I was just arguing against it being the worst card in the set. It's
Oh,
not the worst card in the set.
This is a 9. You guys are wieners.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. Mike Dene said that originally this card was a 5-mana card, and it was just absolutely fucking bonkers.
Well, 5 mana.
well,
of
yeah.
course.
So they had to bump it up to 8. Maybe one day, but not right now.
You know how out of touch they are when this card starts as 5 mana.
Didn't they print a
ends at
card that
8.
was like cheaper than that?
What?
And it's like a card that pulls a bunch of secrets out of your deck that costs 6. That was really, really good.
No. That never happened.
I have no idea. Yeah, at 5 mana, this is absolutely a 9. But at 8 mana, this is a 1.
I
gave
don't
it
even know if it's amazing at 5 mana. Like,
to-
you have to run so many secrets in your deck. I mean,
Oh, I
but,
would.
like it probably sees play, but I don't think it's like completely busted at 5.
I disagree. But
That's how bad I think the card is. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Well, we think this card is bad. How about a 2-mana 1/3? So
What?
Ice Walker.
Oh, the Ice Walker?
Yeah.
Bad card. That's the one.
That's a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1. There's I don't know, like two mana for 1/3 is just so bad. In the later turns, you can play this and freeze a target in the same turn, I guess. But the 1/3 body just never does anything.
No, it's bad.
It's like you'd have to play it. It's what, 4 mana to get a 1/3 and freeze a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
6 mana
see
to
this.
shatter something.
Yeah.
It does also works with Hunter and Druid. The Hunter will freeze the face, Druid will freeze whatever it hits if they
Oh,
somehow
baby.
manage to get a hang of this.
It's oh man, too bad Servant of Kalamos can't go outside your class. That was what Hunter was missing, was for the arrow to freeze.
I don't know why they gotta make the worst cards have some of the coolest art. Like, this dude is sick.
Yeah.
I bet his golden art's even cooler.
Ice Walker?
Yeah.
He looks like a cool dude.
Well,
Alright, what's
it's been
next?
a good one, but after that, I'm gonna have to leave.
What do you give this, Tim? A 1?
This is a 1.
What about Simulacrum? Because then you can copy your Ice Walker.
Or you could copy Sorcerer's Apprentice over the course of the game and drop a sick OTK combo.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty similar to Molten Reflection in a lot of ways, but also like there's something to this card. I'm not smart enough to figure this one out, but I think that in decks where hey, fuck you, Mange. I think there's a. You said I'm not smart enough to figure this one out.
No, I was agreeing that there's something to this card. God. You know what? Fuck you.
It's don't be so aggressive. There's something here in terms of just duplicating value, and yeah, you can copy combo pieces. You can copy late game threats if your deck is top heavy. And some of the value of playing Death Knight Jane is that you wouldn't copy her, though I guess if your hand is empty of everything except 9 drops, that's not the problem that you're going to run into. But I don't know. I think
Well,
there might be some value here, but I can't figure out where this card sees play. And I'm sure that there's a place for it, but I don't know where. But I'm going to put it a 3.
That echoes my thoughts very well. I think that it's probably a 3. I think it's an interesting deck building challenge to make use of it. I think that what's interesting slower mages and the value mages, burn mages. You've like Kabbalah's Tome, and you've Babbling Book, and you're sitting on just like a fistful of spells. But you can't do anything proactive with it. Sometimes this card will be gathered through those avenues, and it'll allow you to do something proactive potentially, which is nice. But yeah, I think that maybe one day there could be a deck that makes use of this. I have no idea what it is, so it's really hard to properly evaluate it.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I mean, it's a situational card, but the situation depends a lot more on what your hand is rather than how you build your deck. I don't know how you would build your deck so that you can consistently get hands where this is good, but maybe that becomes a deck somehow. I'd also give it a 3.
It does work pretty consistently in Quest Mage because all of your low drops are Babbling Books and Shimmering Tempest. You want to play them early, except for the Apprentices. So that one we know for sure is a use case where the first Simulacrum is typically better than the first Molten Reflection.
Yeah, this gets a 3 from me. I really want it to be usable, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Syndragosa. So this is it's an 8 mana 8/8 dragon that makes 2 0/1 frozen champions. And the 0/1 frozen champions are when they die, you get a random legendary minion in your hand. It is not class limited.
Yeah, it's a cool effect, but I think it's just way too slow. Like 8 mana for an 8/8 is not very good, and your opponent isn't going to kill these 0/1s off unless they use an AoE clear, which they probably aren't if you have an 8/8 on the board and you're also playing a slower control deck, because that's the only deck that this would fit in. you're going to have to ping them off yourself. So you're committing to spending 2 mana over the next 2 turns. You don't get to use your hero power to deal with one of the minions, and all it does is just draw you a random legendary, which could be good, but could also not be good in the situation. I'll give it a 2.
I mean, they printed this card in the same set as the Lich King, and the Lich King is so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like this reminds me of a priest card that's in the wrong class.
If they had taunt, I think it would be much better. But the problem is that random legendaries tend to not be very good most of the time, and like Markshire said, you have to spend your mana into them.
But how can a guy taunt if he's frozen in ice?
I'll give it a 3, because one day, something will happen where it's easier to pop them or do something with those champions in wild maybe, but
Yeah, I think this card is a really missed opportunity in terms of lore and flavor, because during the actual Sindragosa fight in World of Warcraft, the boss, she turns your allies into frozen champions, and you have to be the one to break them out. So I think if you gave them taunt, that would kind of help reflect that the flavor a little bit better. But it would also improve the viability of the card.
Nerd.
I mean, I don't sit in my WoW rating friends Discord and cheer them on. I participate.
I'm sorry, it seems like Tim is having connection troubles. What do you give it, Tim? What number? 2?
This is a 3.
you guys can bone marrow them. You don't even know.
What's a bone marrow?
Bone marrow.
Oh, that's true. All right, we finished very quickly with Mage because all the cards are shitty.
Just wait. Frost Lich Jaina is gonna be fucking sick. Fuck your burn mage.
Burn Mage isn't even good anymore.
All about the freeze hybrid. Love that deck.
Yeah, which is really just freeze with Mana Worm.
Yeah. And Medivh sometimes.
Yes.
I run Medivh.
It's all the Mage decks are just this weird pastiche that like they have the same 20 cards and then the last 10 they really don't matter.
Yep.
Arrogant Crusader. So this is the first card we've seen which has this new mechanic of a death rattle that only works in your opponent's turn. It's also a 4 mana 5/2. And it spits out a 2/2 ghoul if your opponent kills it for you. So, okay in Arena?
I think this card is pretty good. It's really good if you're ahead and in an aggressive deck because you threaten to hit your opponent in the face for 5 every turn. And if they don't want to do that, they have to trade into it and give you a 2/2. And it's a very solid 4-drop if they end up having to trade into it. Cannot be great when you're behind, but I actually think that this is going to see play in some aggressive Paladin decks. I'll give it a 5.
Man, it's just a 4 mana 7/4 if they get the 2/2, assuming you stitch the 2 bodies together, and this one is a lot easier for them to kill with 1 and 2 drops. I don't see, even if the death rattle triggers, if it put out something more effective than a 2/2, then sure. But like, they just trade a Grimscale Chum or some shit into it, and then you just downgraded your 4-drop when I think a vanilla 4 mana 5/4 would be better almost every time.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think it's a lot better than just a 5/4 because, like, a lot of times they'll have to overkill it.
Maybe.
I think I'd rather play the Banshee card. There's some interesting parallels like Pilot Shredder. Has 1 less health, 1 more attack. Some's a 2/2, which is what Shredder got you a lot of the time. But it's conditional. It's statted worse. I think it's probably a 2. Yeah, I don't see it, but definitely looking forward to you trying it out for us and telling me how wrong I am in a couple of months. I'm about it.
Definitely will. I really like the tools aggro paladin got.
Yeah, I mean, Aggro Paladin got some good cards. I don't know if this is one of them. What do you think, Tim?
I think this is a 3. It's very aggressive, and if your opponent trades into it, they either are using removal or trading one of their minions, and it's probably killing that minion early on in the game and leaving behind a 2/2. So it's decent. There's something there. I just don't like it very much personally.
Okay. Got Blackguard. Whenever your hero is healed, it deals that much damage total to a random enemy minion. It's a 6-mana 3/9. This card's
Really?
fucking cool.
Really interesting card. I have no idea how to evaluate this.
I'll start. This is one of the other ones where I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say this is a 7. It really encourages you to put a lot of healing into your deck, and it rewards you with that by killing off minions. And I just can't wait for the dream of Blackguard and Rag Lightlord hitting the board, and so you can just sit there and pretend and role play that Fire Lord is back.
Paladin, in terms of a slower, mid-rangier control Paladin, you have a lot of life gain effects already. Truce Over,
Yep.
it just gets way better. Wicker Flame Burn Bristle becomes better. Ivory Knight becomes playable again. And Rag Lightlord is obviously insane with this card. And with the Paladin Death Knight, I think there's something here. I'm going to call this card a 6. I think that this card is just... It's hard to kill. It's a decent defensive threat. 3/9 is going to be difficult for your opponent to get through. And if your deck is built on gaining life and controlling the board, this does all that. It does everything you want it to do. I think a 6 is about right.
Yeah, it's got 9 health. That's just insane.
That's a big butt.
So when I was looking at this card, my issues with it are that healing can be it's kind of inconsistent. Like you can play a lot of healing in it, but no, you can't always access it when you want. The card is pretty expensive, so it's harder to combo with like big forbidden healings and things like that. And it's a random minion. So like against token decks or aggressive decks, it may not be hitting the target that you want. And Paladin already has really cool removals for mid-range minions with things like Humility and Aldor, and obviously things like Pyro Quality. So yeah, I'm not sure, but it can potentially be very powerful. And like mid-range mirrors or against mid-range decks. So I'll give it a 5.
I sort of agree with Mainge here. It definitely has the potential to be very powerful. I do really like the 3/9 stat distribution. 9 health is going to be very difficult to kill, but I don't think the effect is consistent enough. I think it's going to be hard to I don't really think you can just put this deck into control Paladin, and I'm not sure if it's going to be good to run this deck with a bunch of other healing effects so that you can and the damage is random. If your opponent has gone wide, if you're healing for a lot, you're going to be just overkilling a bunch of things. It's really not great against token decks. So ultimately, I don't think this is going to see play. So I'll give it a 3, even though I think the card is really cool and I think it's close to seeing play, but I don't think it will.
Interesting. Okay. What about Bolvar Fireblood?
Next.
Well, okay, Tim, as the lore nerd, is this Bolvar after he's become the Lich King?
It's that weird in between
Yeah.
spot where they just couldn't commit. This was after Bolvar fought the Lich King at the Wrathgate, or at least tried to, and he was burned alive by the dragons. And he's just kind of there being tortured by Arthas. That's kind of where this is. Just like, what? Why?
Well, speaking of torturous, how about this card?
I'm gonna pose some hypotheticals to you guys. Not hypotheticals. I'm just gonna lay out my thoughts. So let's say that this card doesn't get any buffs. It's a 5 mana with 7 health and Divine Shield. Pretty hard to remove, right?
Yes.
6 mana, Paladins have this card called Spike Ridge Steel. Or whatever it's called. I actually don't know what it's called at all. Steel. Speed, sorry. That's an interesting combination. Worth noting that when he loses his Divine Shield, he gets his own +3 attack or +2 attack to get to 3. I will give this a 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up seeing some French play because the deck is already going to be playing like the one drop that they released that we'll talk about in a little bit, Tyrion, and potentially Burn Bristle. There's some potential there. Ultimately, though, I think it'll be too inconsistent to see a lot of heavy play.
Yeah, this card is so on the first impression here is that it doesn't do anything when you play it other than not die. It does get bigger, right? You get 1 attack with it at first, and then 3 attack with it after. Assuming you have no other divine shields, you're probably playing it because you have other divine shields. It doesn't have taunt, and it doesn't initially trade with minions, right? This is not a Tar Creeper that's gonna have difficulty trading, but at least hold off the board. This is a minion that it's really good at not dying and not really good at anything else. So if you need a minion that doesn't die for a while, and then if you curve it into Steed, that's great. But Steed is great on anything, like actual anything. So seeding on this is obviously nuts. But the effect just doesn't seem quite in line with Aggro Paladin and doesn't seem quite in line with the mid range. So I'm just curious where it would find a home, and that's why I think a 2 is the right answer because it's hard to kill is a useful trait to have, but it needs to be attached to something else that matters.
Yeah, this is another one that I'm pretty torn on. I don't know, like being able to curve this into Spike Ridge Steed is obviously really amazing, but I'm just not sure if it does enough a lot of the time. I mean, it can be a 3/7 if you pop the Divine Shield yourself, but your opponent probably won't do that for you. And your first attack with it is just 1, which is really, really underwhelming for a 5-drop. I think I'll give it a 3.
Tim?
This is a 2 from me. It's just boring.
Yeah. Speaking of boring, so 4 mana, 3/2 charge lifesteal that costs the same as True Silver Champion. Would you ever play this card over True Silver?
No, give me one of the other 15 4-mana Paladin cards that are good.
This is the card that hand buff Paladin needed.
The only card, or did it need like 6 or 7 more?
No, way more than that. What? Nah, I think this is a 1. This is garbage.
Any descent to 1?
I'll give it a 2. I mean, I don't think it sees play, but I don't think it's complete garbage. I don't know. Like maybe Lifesteal ends up being really good. It does have synergy with Paladin buffs, so maybe you play this in Quest Paladin.
All right. I do think that the best chance it has of seeing play is just as Chargers for Aggro Paladin combined with like Blessing of Kings. Or not Kings, Might. Other than that, though, I don't know. I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Like, it's if you really want the minion might trade into a 1x that's not poisonous, and then you might get another attack out of it. You might actually get 6 life, but most of the time it's just gonna die. Okay. Dark Conviction. This is Keeper of Uldaman as a spell. You just 2 mana Uldaman something.
Hmm.
I feel like it's better than it looks. And I feel like an aggro paladin deck with Divine Favor might end up playing this card.
I think it's good. I think it's good in aggro paladin.
Yeah.
I think
I
it's
don't know how good, though.
decent, but it's not quite a tech card. It's very flexible.
Yeah, this effect has historically been good enough every time it's seen print, right? Which is this is the third time it's seen print. Now it's come with a 3/4 in the past for 4 mana, and then it's come universally with a 6 mana 3/7 that turned out to be busted. So the ability to shrink or grow something is good. This is the first time we've seen it without an additional effect, and so that's where I'm curious about it. But I'm gonna give this a 4. I think that there are multiple Paladin decks that would play this card.
I think not having a body attached to this card is what makes or breaks it. Like, it's not going to do anything on its own. It's not even that good offensively, really, because you're only ever getting a buff of +2/+2 on a minion for 2 mana, which is not that good. I don't think it's anywhere close to Keeper of Voldemort, because that was also a 3/4. Like, it's already situational. Like the effect of setting a minion's attack and health to 3 is already situational. But what makes Keeper of Ultimate and Sunkeeper Tarim good is that they have a body attached to it. I don't think this is play, so I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I think 3 is right. I'll give it a 3.
Tim? 2?
Yeah, this is a 2. No, wait, 3. I don't know.
Can't
Like I
change
said,
your mind.
between decent and tech, but not quite tech.
Alright, well, we've got Desperate Stand, which is basically redemption, a target thing when it dies. For 2 mana.
1.
Like, is this worth ever playing?
I'm having a hard time seeing it.
It's good on Tyrion.
Yeah. I mean, if you play Quest Paladin and want the most amount of buffs as possible, then it counts. But it's so weak.
Well, you play this on the Primal Fin Champion, and then they don't expect it to come back, even though you showed them that it's going to. And then you get all the buffs back and you play them again, then you get Galvadon. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
X.
Howling
Another-
Champion, or Howling Commander. Does this card make any of you guys howl?
I mean, even if Tyrion's the only Divine Shield minion in your deck, is it still worth playing a bad minion just to draw him?
I thought this card was bonkers when I first saw it because I thought that it had Divine Shield.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Ah.
I was like, that's mini bot, but draw a card and +1 mana. What?
Yeah, that would be the nuts, and it would draw a second one, right? You just put another Howling Commander in your deck, too. And you would just chain them.
That would be a quality card.
Wow.
Yeah. I think I think this card is about the same as Stitch Peddler, which is I'm gonna give it a 2 and we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I think it's a 2 just because like it draws you specific minion and like maybe that's what you want to do in a fun deck.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 2. I mean, drawing Tyrion sounds really cool, but if you play this on turn 3, you're not going to be able to play Tyrion for another 5 turns. So, like, it's actually not that powerful because you're not going to be able to recuperate the tempo from playing a 3 mana 2/2. I guess it's decent as a top deck in the late game because it cycles itself, but yeah, it's bad.
Light Sorrow. So if you like Bolvar, do we have the deck for you?
First, we have to find someone that likes Bolvar.
Let me scroll up. Yep, that's not one of us. Okay. And this only gets +1 attack, which is worse than +2 attack.
Yeah, the 4 durability is really good and gives this card, I don't know, some sort of discussion, but I'd rather play Rallying Blade and
Yeah.
True Silver Champion.
I agree.
So this is a 1.
Yeah,
I agree.
exactly.
I agree.
Like there's so many good weapons for Paladin. It's a 1.
Yep, and again, 4 mana. If you release Paladin cards at 4 mana, it's just, yeah. How about 1 mana? This card, like, is one of the better ones in the set, I think. If I really think about it, or at
I
least
agree.
it's a very strong effect. I mean, it's just a better Argent Squire, and Argent Squire was good enough. It's I think this does a lot of what you want to do in mid range decks, a lot of what you want to do in aggro decks for sure, and it plays into just Rallying Blade, another target for the Divine Shield to buff it. I'm gonna give this a 7. I think I see no way this doesn't see immediate and significant play.
Yeah, this is just crazy value
Yeah.
for a 1-drop. I mean, Argent Squire already sees play, and this is just better. Like, it protects your 2-drops and 3-drops. Like, you can play this in Murloc Paladin and then, like, potentially protect your Murloc War Leader. It's going to be so hard for your opponent to get through this with the Divine Shield. Like, they have to use 2 hits to try to get to your other minions. I'll give it a 7, too.
Yeah. 7 was the first number I thought of when I saw it. It goes in every single aggressive mid-range, and even some slower paladins, from here until it rotates out. It's especially valuable in the mid game, which is really rare for a 1-drop because you can use it to protect some of your other board. You know, using up 2 actions to get through it is pretty interesting. So,
And
yeah, I think it's incredible.
we haven't talked about it yet as well, but Corpse Taker, when we get to that, really likes this card.
Yeah,
Does.
I'm giving this card a 6 simply because it already is improving a seemingly sort of viable Divine Shield deck. And that just pushes it over. I don't think it necessarily defines it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I really liked Mainge's point that it's not even bad in late game because it actually has taunt. One of the worst things about Argent Squire is that if you weren't playing it on turn 1 or 2, it really sucked. Especially if you were to like top deck it late. But yeah, this actually does something. This can protect your other big minions.
And then let's talk about another Paladin card that I think is the other good one. Is Uther of the Ebon Blade. So it's 9 mana. When you get him, you get a probably a corrupted Ashbringer of some sort. It's a 5/3 weapon, but it has lifesteal. And then your hero power makes 2/2s instead of 1/1s. And if you have 4 of them, you destroy the enemy hero. Like, I don't even know what to make of this, but the weapon for 9 mana, it immediately affects the board. You gain 10 life and kill a thing. And then the hero power, making 2/2s instead of 1/1s is good. Like, it's a really legitimate upgrade. And then, by the way, casually, if your opponent can't deal with them, you just win the game in 4 turns. Now, it's unlikely that you're ever going to win with the Horseman, but it is likely that your opponent's going to have to trade into your 2/2s all game, which is also a significantly powerful effect.
Yeah. That's what makes it so interesting to me. It's really expensive, so that's probably what it has least going for it. But making 2/2s that need to be dealt with, it's definitely unlikely that that is the reason why you're going to win. But just making 2/2s that have urgency to them is really interesting. I think it's probably a 6, just because I think it's going to be really expensive. But a life steal weapon, 5/3, like it's going to get a lot of value if you can stay alive. And obviously, 2/2s that need to be dealt with. So I think it's very, very strong.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 7 just because I think it probably defines a new kind of archetype of control paladin, where it reminds me a lot of the old Justicar paladin decks, where you have that kind of inevitability in a different sort of way. But the 2/2s have urgency and they are still threats. In a lot of ways they're better than 2/1/1s because you're not as vulnerable to druid and mage hero powers or rogue hero powers or so on.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this
I'm
card.
still.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Like I'm still like really unsure about this card. Like you can immediately heal for 10 when you play it, and the weapon is very powerful, but it costs 9 mana. You don't get to hero power in the same turn and get a 2/2. So it's still really slow. It's really hard to say. Like I think it probably sees play, but I'm not that confident in it. I think I'm gonna give it a 5.
Yeah, I'm with Markshire. The weapon's good. You're essentially over 3 turns, you're dealing 15 damage and gaining 20 life, which is pretty good. The 2/2 hero power is nice, but I don't see a ton of games happening where you end up killing your opponent with it, even though that's exactly what I want to happen. But
I'm
the card is
most interested in seeing what happens exactly when you get the 4 dudes, the 4 horsemen.
Yeah.
Like, does your dude just explode, or is there some kind of sick animation, or what?
they just kind of explode.
Is that what it is? I hope not.
They shoot like a tiny death coil or something, and then the
Oh.
enemy explodes.
What the fuck?
There's like a slight song, I think.
All right. Well, we made it through 1, 2. We're through 4 classes, so 5 in the neutrals to go. Shall we talk about priest? Yes.
Yeah.
How about a 3 mana 3/3 with lifesteal?
Pass.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up, Mange?
No, I don't. I think this is bad. I'll leave it at that. It's like I'd just rather have Earthen Ring Farce here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, I'm just not a huge fan of lifesteal as a mechanic here. This is about to be very relevant. I don't know. 3 mana 3/3 seems very weak to me.
Like, I can envision a world where you play this and over a Glimmer Root if the life matters to you more than the card. It's never going to see play over Talon Priest as long as Talon Priest is around. And I don't know. I foresee this being fringe playable in some formats, but I'd be really surprised if it was worth it. I'm gonna give this a 3.
I think this is actually a 4. I think with a couple of strong early game minions and priest in the form of like Northshire Cleric and Radiant Elemental, Cabal Talon Priest, you can buff this up. It'll stick around for a little while, and it'll help you sustain through the mid game against aggressive decks. And the 3/3 body is not exactly irrelevant against control on curve either.
Yeah, I mean it's lifesteal is a repeatable heal effect. It's by putting an aggressive opponent in the state where they have to trade into it or they let you gain life. You are creating kind of a soft taunt, but it's so easy to deal with as something that has 3 health that I think it's the same argument why Bear Shark isn't good.
Yeah, it just seems really underwhelming. 2.
2.
All right. Archbishop Benedictus.
1. Not a 1, but not very good.
Can't be a 1.
Nah, it's not a 1. It's not a 1 because sometimes fatigue matchups will happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's a 1 because there are actually situations where it's good. Like in THL, if you had the read that your opponent was bringing a full control lineup,
yeah,
then this might end up being good. But I don't think it ever sees play on ladder. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 2 for those same exact reasons.
I'll just read the definition of the rank for 2. Your reason to play this is probably not good enough. Like, it beats fatigue matchups by giving you a bunch of cards that don't work with your cards. So, you'll never want to play this against any kind of aggro deck. It's only good if you're going into, like, a super control-heavy lineup. And even then, like, even if you steal like Jade Druid cards, then you still are way worse at being Jade Druid than an actual Jade Druid.
Yeah, you're already at that point likely 6 to 7 Jades behind. You're never gonna catch up that way.
Yeah, I don't even think it beats Control decks. I think we're not at the point where fatigue-based control can exist because of Jade, and so I think that means this card solves a problem that currently isn't a thing.
Yeah. It's a really fun mini card though, and
Yes.
I cannot guarantee that I won't play it with the Embrace this season.
Spoiler.
Oh yeah.
I hope you craft it.
I hope I don't. I hope I pack it.
Ah, even better. All right. So, how about Thought Steal? Except it costs 2 more, but you get 1 more card.
Sure.
Like, if you operate under the assumption that you want to Thought Steal some cards, right? If you operate under the assumption, hey, I want to take my opponent's stuff, and you want more cards and it's a little bit slower, I think that's in line with your goal. I don't think Thought Steal is playable right now. And I think there are better ways to generate value, like Lyra the Sun Shard. But if you're Thought Stealing, this is better than the card Thought Steal, because you're not just going to run it out there on 3, I think, most of the time, right?
I think it's really interesting. The Raza style priest where you can only play one of.
Oh yeah, I guess this could see play in a Raza / Kazakus priest. I don't even think it's better than Thoughtsteal though, because like against you need that card to cost 3 mana, so you can actually fit it into your curve. This card is just always going to be dead against anything that isn't control.
Okay. I'm going to give it a 2.
I'll give it a 4 as a tech card.
Yeah, this
I'll
card is
also give it a
supposed to
2.
be exciting, and it bores the hell out of me, so it gets a 1.
Okay. All right. How about a slower mind control? I don't really understand why you would ever play this.
I just don't see the upside of this. Like, well, I mean, I guess the upside is that it is the effect of mind control for less mana, but the fact that it's delayed an entire turn just makes it completely useless.
Yeah, it lets your opponent decide what they want to do with it, and that's not what you want to do with mind control. The whole point is removing their choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably not very good. I wouldn't call it completely useless, but it involves you using your life as a resource most of the time. Like you play it when you don't have anything on the board, right? And you just try to take one of their minions. I think yeah, I think it's probably just a 2.
Yeah, I think this absolutely sees play in some kind of Highlander style priest deck where it answers all of the cards that your Shadow Word cards don't. But that's about all it does.
Yeah. I don't see this seeing play ever. Like I just don't envision it. I don't see this being ever better than a 1. It's 6 mana, like literally give your turn back without doing anything. Just it seems so bad.
Yeah, Cassidy does bring up a good point in that Priest struggles with mid-range threats, and a lot of reasons why Priest loses games is that because it just gets soloed down by a minion that it doesn't have like a Shadow or Death for, or it's for attack, so it can't deal with it. So I guess this card is moving in that direction, but I just still think it's overall so weak. I'm going to give it a 1. Don't think it ever sees play.
Mange?
2. I said 2.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Pay attention to when I talk, damn it.
Fine. It's Salmon rolls in the chat and says 3 and 4 should really change spots.
Get some thinking in chat, please. For those of you that have been here since the start.
Yeah. Thanks for showing up, Salmon. All right. Eternal Servitude. So this is Discover Resurrect.
Interesting.
I think there's something to this. It's the 4 mana is kind of a trick because you're not going to be playing this early game unless to get back a Doomsayer. But having the choice there lets you play cards like Doomsayer where you really couldn't with Resurrect before. And you can choose: do I want to get back the value with my Crystalline Oracle? Do I want to get back, 3 mana 3/3 lifesteal, which you probably don't. But also mid to late game, as long as your minions don't have big battle cries, this is going to be relevant. But a lot of what Priest does right now with mid game minions are all battle cry value based.
Yeah. It's interesting that we have more revive redundancy. I think that, I don't know, I'm really struggling with this one. Discover is super powerful, and the redemption effects can be incredibly powerful, but you have to find a matchup slow enough for it all to matter.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like resurrecting as an effect is powerful enough. We were playing double resurrect, double Onyx Bishop for a while, and Injured Blade Master curves right into this. I don't know. I think this card has some power behind it. I'm gonna give it a 5.
So Resurrect is no longer in standard, right?
Correct. Onyx Bishop is for this year.
Right. So I mean, it helps Resurrect Priest. I don't know if that can be a viable deck anymore without Resurrect, though. Discover is still very strong. So I don't want to underrate this too much, but I think I'm going to give it a 3. I'm pretty sure it's not going to see play. Just because like Resurrect Priest isn't going to have enough support.
Yeah, you can get pretty close to guaranteeing that your Injured Blade Master is going to die, since it only has
3 health.
3 health. But I don't know. Do you really want, as a priest, do you want your turn 4 to be playing a 4/7? Most of the time, you want something that kind of advances your game plan a bit more.
Yeah, I definitely, like, it doesn't have to see play in only a Resurrect Priest, right? It can just be, yes, just like a 4 mana, like, super value card, being able to bring back something like Ysera, or, an Obsidian statue that we'll get to in a little bit. I think I'll give it a 4. I think that it's strong enough to maybe see some play in some slower priests.
Actually, I think I'm going to change my mind and give this a 5. I think it could even potentially see play in Dragon Priest, even though it isn't great on curve. Just like summoning a minion with a decent amount of stats is going to be pretty good. I think it can probably see play. So yeah, I'll give it a 5. It's not amazing though.
Tim?
I think it also gets a 5. It's really interesting the way it works. You don't even really have to work for the Resurrect synergies. Like Control Priest can play free from Amber and find super dope minions in the late game, and then you can get them out for 4 mana again and develop something in addition to it. You can really grind someone out that way.
Okay. Speaking of grinding someone out, Obsidian statue. Oh, it's so big.
Yeah. That's exactly why I gave Eternal Servitude a 5.
Because of Obsidian statue.
One of the reasons, it's just great.
So first of all, this card is the juiciest silence target since Tyrion Fordring. But This is so difficult for any kind of aggressive or even mid-range deck to get through, and you know for sure it's going to be stopping the board. It's going to be gaining you life as it does that, and I think best case scenario for your opponent, it gains you 8, and then also destroys something. It's the amount of swing potential here is really crazy. This is not a win condition, but it's the best way I can think of to recover a board where you're slightly behind. It's slow, costs 9 mana, but the effect is just unbelievably powerful.
Interestingly enough, it's great against Priest.
Yeah, can't deal with the 4. Well, and 4/8 taunts, we've all been playing with 4/8 taunts since Primordial Drake was printed. They're a pain in the ass to deal with for pretty much every deck.
Yep, the body's not irrelevant in any matchup.
The cost can make it irrelevant in some matchups, though,
Yeah.
which is why I'm hesitant to say this card is like, super strong. I think that it's a pretty solid 6.
Yeah, I think that's about where I'd put it. I don't think it's... Control Priest already kind of exists. I don't know if this will do more than push it, but I think it'll push it pretty decently.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where that deck ends up as a result of these cards.
I think I'll give it a 4. It's just too situationally good, too late a lot of the time. And unlike Primordial Drake, Primordial Drake comes down a turn earlier and also can clear the board. And this doesn't do anything if you're already really low and your opponent has burst damage in hand. And it's also not that good against control either, just because it's a 4/8. Your opponent can just remove it. And if they don't have another minion on the board, you don't get the effect of the death rattle.
It's pretty hard to remove. Just you're saying your opponent can remove it. That's pretty difficult to do, right?
Well, if they're a control deck, they probably have hard removals, right?
I mean, what hard removal easily deals with this outside of like Siphon Soul?
Anything that's destroy a minion, like execute.
I guess yeah, they can execute it.
Aldor.
They can meteor it.
Well, I guess Aldor is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aldor isn't a great answer.
It's definitely going to be really strong in mid-range matchups.
It is good against mid range. Yeah, I just don't think it's that great against control or aggro.
Okay. Let's talk about Shadow Ascendant, which is a 2-mana 2/2. The end of your turn, another random fronting minion +1/+1. Now it's the Fabled Priest 2-drop, except we already got a Priest 2-drop. It was called Radiant Elemental. It was super good. So this one is only good if you got another minion in play. So it makes Northshire better, but Northshire didn't need a lot of help.
I don't think Priest cares about this card right now. Although they're starting to assemble solid 2-drops, right? And so, multiple sets later, maybe we'll get some kind of Zooey Priest. But we are so far away from that. I don't see this being very good.
I'm gonna disagree. I think this card is probably closer to a 5. I have high hopes for a priest that's board centric in the early game, and I think 2 of this card is gonna help do that.
Is this the Mana Geode enabler you've been waiting for?
God, I hope so.
It's like this makes Priest 1-drops better, right? So probably Crystalline Oracle and Northshire are the 1-drops you run. If it hits on the first turn you play it, it's really great value, though you don't get the effect until you're going into turn 3, best case scenario. It's relatively easy to trade for with a 1 or a 2-drop. So if you operate in the assumption that you have a 1-mana minion and it has to trade to protect this, it's unlikely that you're going to keep that 1-mana minion, which means you're not going to get the value. So a lot of times this is going to be like buff a minion by +1/+1, which is fine. It's a slightly worse Rockpool Hunter sometimes. I think that's okay, but
I think it's a lot worse than Rockpool Hunter because you can't use it to proactively trade.
yeah, that's true.
that
Yeah.
turn.
So more like a hand buff.
Yeah, I think this card's a 1.
A 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a 4.
I'll give it a 2. I don't know. 2-mana 2/2 is just really not good, and the effect is so inconsistent. But maybe somehow Priest gets a board centric build that this is good in. I don't think that's gonna happen really, but there's a chance.
Yeah,
But
it's not the world we
probably
live
is
in right
bad.
now.
I don't know, man.
I actually think that you play the tiny Shattered Sun Cleric over that if you want that effect, because you can use it to proactively trade your clerics and your crystalline oracles and whatever else you're playing.
I'm just thinking of a world where this hits the board and gets Talon Priested and continually buffs your 1 through 3 drops.
I hope it
I
works
w-
out.
I
I'd love
want-
to play. I'd love to play a tempo.
That would
Priest.
be a lot of fun. And
would be.
even though I don't really think that's going to happen, I'm going to try really hard.
Do you remember? Did you play during Death Rattle Priest? That was like one of my most fun, most favorite decks.
Like Undertaker Priest?
Yes.
I mean, Undertaker was actually kind of a design mistake. Little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, Shadow Essence. Barnes a 5/5.
Don't tell me what to do.
That wasn't a command, it was a description.
Oh, good.
Do you want a Barnes a 5/5?
I would love to. No, this card comes out too late, and I don't want to hit a 5/5 Northshire Cleric. I mean, maybe I do. I don't know. It's interesting design.
It's a weird, like, it's a die roll, except you have a guaranteed, like, you can't really high roll this card. Right? Like, it's 6 mana for a 5/5, and then it'll maybe have a good effect, or it maybe won't. So, what would you hit with this that would make it worth it? Like, imagine...
Obsidian statue?
Sure.
Something like statue. I think cleric is even okay. Arthas, like those kind of cards.
It's a 5/5 Arthas. I'm gonna give this a solid 2, just because I don't envision a world where I'm building my deck and I say this deck needs a Shadow Essence.
Yeah. I think it's a 3. I think that it's something that you have to evaluate as each expansion comes out, but you can build your deck in a way to take advantage of it, like you do Barnes. Obviously it's definitely a weird card, but I think that down the line, and it might be in a while, but hopefully not, Priest might get enough of these weird minions with text on them that do like a lot of cool things, where you can, you can play this like weird, almost big druid type thing, right? It's interesting. I think it's a 3.
This is like, it's a weird Moonblade portal though, right? Because Barnes, the high roll potential is you get a crazy effect super early. This like guarantees, okay, you're gonna get a decently sized minion and a possible decent effect on turn 6. I feel like the high roll potential is super limited.
Yeah, and also if you don't high roll, Barnes is at least a 3/4 and a 1/1 for 4, which is not horrible. And this is a 5/5 for 6. That's significantly worse. I think it's a 2 because maybe you can build a deck that this is good in, like way down the line, but I don't think right now, and really not even in the foreseeable future, you can build a deck that has enough high rolls.
I'm thinking, Yashara, just some weird stuff. I'm gonna mess around with it. I'm not. I don't have like the highest hopes for it, but it's interesting.
Yep, I think there's some really cool cards that you can hit with this, but very limited.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Priest Death Knight is super interesting because when it comes into play, you cast Shadow Word Mega Death, and destroy all the minions that cost 5 or more. And then the hero power is deal 2, and then after you play a card, you get to do that again. I have no fucking clue what to make of this card. Like, I think the battle cry is really strong, but I also envision a world where your opponent just casts Sunkeeper Tarim, and then you have this battle cry. Like, well, this sucks. I don't know. It's like, does the hero power seem strong enough? Like, outside of even with Raza.
With Roz, that's a lot better. I don't know if it's good enough still. I've been talking about this card with like Cassidy and Parker for a while. Parker thinks it's very good. I'm definitely not sold. I just like a type of a what's the card called? Shadow form. That deck has never really been viable. Obviously this is better because you can activate it again. And you can start crushing like mid-range minions with your hero power, or maybe even just like shooting them in the face and putting a lot of pressure on them. I think I will give it a 5, just because it's potentially a powerful battle cry and potentially a powerful hero power.
So this is one of the Death Knights that there's a good chance it just does nothing the turn you play it, aside from gaining you 5 armor. Like if your opponent doesn't have any 5 attack or more minions on the board, you're just not doing anything. And if it's turn 10, you can at least hero power with it. But if not, you're just spending 8 mana to gain 5 life. And that feels really bad. I think it's a 2 because of that.
I'm just trying to envision where the hero power is what you want to be doing. And Raza is fine, right? Like it's a good card. How many spells are you gonna have? So if it's just Shadow Form, like you said, Mange, how many times are you going to be using that hero power per turn? I think assuming you're going to use the hero power more than twice a turn is really unlikely, right?
Probably.
It's I don't know. I think if you're saying using the hero power twice a turn, like that's fine, but that's 4 mana, deal 4 damage, divide as you want. That's fine. But is that enough to be like the game winning hero power that you're looking for with the 8 mana investment that could theoretically do nothing or theoretically wipe a board? I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 4. I think there are some decks that might play this, but I think ultimately it is a tech card in that the deck that it's in will be a tech deck.
I mean, it's also worth noting that Priest is usually stepping away where they're able to turtle up and be pretty defensive, so you don't necessarily have to play this card if it's not going to hit anything. Like you can save it for a situation where it's going to get value. The battle cry will get value.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing that you won't always need it, but I'm agreeing that you won't always need it. Like, if you're in a state where you don't need this card to not die, and then you probably can just find literally any other win condition, you don't need this card.
Yeah, I'm definitely not sold, but I do think it's potentially very strong.
Tim,
I'm gonna give this a 2 as well. I'm not a fan. Personally, I'd rather just play Dragonfire Potion and do something else with my mana, or develop a Medivh or something like that. The hero power is just not worth it.
I mean, it's the only way I can see this work is if you make the Raza deck happen, but I'm just not convinced that's a deck. Like, Raza's a good card, and Kazakus a good card, but there's a reason we haven't seen that above tier 4. And I'm just not sold that this is going to be enough to change that, considering that the best priest cards and priest decks we've seen are based around redundancy, or based around double Shadow Visions, double Radiant Elemental. I don't know if this is enough of a payoff to make sure you get 2 legendaries in your game that this is the direction you want to go in. Yeah. Alright, one more priest card. Spirit Lash.
I don't think Priest is going to be playing Spell Power, and Lifesteal on 1 damage AoE is just not good.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's like Maelstrom Portal, but in a class that is has much less access to spell power and doesn't give you a minion with it, but you get lifesteal instead. I'll give it a 3 because maybe Priest ends up running spell power, and maybe there's a bunch of like 1 health minions in the meta, but right now it's just too situational. Like against a lot of aggressive boards, the minions have more than 1 mana, and Priest doesn't really have ways to combo it with anything that isn't spell damage, because all their removals just like completely remove the minion, like Shadow Word Pain, Shadow Word Death, like Holy Nova. You can combo it with, but that's just really expensive.
Dragon Fire Potion.
I'm gonna give this a 5. I think this is the type of card that Priest has needed for a while. Obviously it combos okay with Spell Power, which Priest doesn't usually play, but it also combos pretty well with Wild Pyro, which they do sometimes play. So I think that one of the things that Priest has always lacked is like a way to deal with early wide boards, and now they have it. I think it's pretty solid.
Is 1 damage going to be enough to do that?
In conjunction with potentially Spell Power or Wild Pyro, I think it is.
With Wild Pyro, you're just playing Holy Nova for 1 less mana.
It's pretty good.
Might piss off some Divine Shield Paladins.
You're also able to Power Word Shield it beforehand and then play it. There are other things you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is completely unplayable. Just Potion of Madness has shored up a lot of Priest early game. You'd have to have a really funky list where you'd want Spirit Lash as your early game answer, I think, or a really funky meta.
I disagree.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens, but we're done with Priest.
Nice.
We only have 4 more classes and then the neutrals. Sweet Jesus. Alright. Bone Baron. 5 mana, 5/5. When it dies, you get 2 1/1 skeletons to your hand. And I think they're just 1 mana 1/1s.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have confirmation that they're just 1 mana 1/1s?
Yeah.
Checking.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't put this in your constructed deck.
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough. Like the only thing that those tokens are really good for, right, is like cheap combo activators, which is nice. But I don't think playing a 5 mana 5/5 is worth that.
Yeah, it's just not, doesn't do what you want to do. It's, if they were spells, then sure, but they're not.
Yeah, I mean, if Rogue goes like all in on activating combos, then it's worth it. But it's not like you're running an all combo deck. I guess you'd play this if you were trying to complete the Rogue quest that requires you to play like 20 combo cards or whatever combo meal.
It does also play into the other rogue quests, because the skeletons have the same name.
Oh, true.
It's very, very late game though.
And it's already a 5/5.
Right? It's like you completed the quest already.
Draft this in your arena deck and be done with it.
Alright. How about Doomerang?
It's a really fun card.
So, it turns out Wicked Knife costs 1, which I didn't know. And I think there's something to this card. I don't know how it works with Deadly Poison. I assume that you throw it and then you get back the knife. I can't say why, but this just seems so efficient to me that whatever your damage is, this feels like the maybe Blade Flurry. This is what their vision for what they wanted to do in the beginning. I don't know. I feel like there's something here.
There's some really strong synergy with other rogue cards. One of the things I really wanted to mention is something Ben Brode was saying on the card reveal stream, is that their new design for rogue that they really wanted to go for was proactive defense. Like rogue should be able to go toe to toe with their opponents and not take a buttload of damage while doing it. And cards like Doomerang, Leeching Poison, Shadow Blade, and even the new Death Knight gaining stealth on their turn is their way of doing that, and I think it's a really strong approach.
Yeah, with Shadow Blade, this is actually nuts, because you play it on turn 3 or whatever, you get the immune, you hit something, then you throw it and get it back for 1 mana. and you get to be immune again, and it's basically like getting 2 weapon swings in 1 turn. Yeah, I think there's something here. I'm gonna give this a 4.
I'll give it a 3. I think that it can be very clunky to have to replay your weapons that you've already done, and it's like shifting more into like trying to get value instead of like being a tempo class that Rogue has always been. So I think it's a 3. It's really interesting, but I don't know. I don't see it.
I'll give it a 4. Also, I think it's really cool. Like, it's a cheap spell. It's something that Rogue could want, but I'm not sure how much you're going to be playing weapons that aren't your hero power. And this is sort of underwhelming with just your hero power. But, you know, I mean, there's the new weapon that could see play. Maybe Assassin's Blade comes back or something. Not sure.
Yeah, I think there's something here, but I don't know what it is. And the rogue weapons are generally underwhelming. Does it with deadly poison? Does it deal 3?
Should.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
deal 3, but then you lose deadly poison.
Yeah.
Won't matter if it's the last one on there.
Yeah, I mean you're gonna lose the weapon anyways. I don't know. I think there's something there, but we'll see. Leeching poison. I don't think there's anything there. I'm gonna give this card a hard 1.
Same.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 1. I don't like it.
With some of the new weapon synergies that are coming out, I think if Assassin's Blade sees any kind of play, then you could think about putting Leeching Poison in your deck, but it might not just be for the right reason.
Okay. Lillian Voss. Oh boy. So this is like the evolution of Burglar Rogue, which we all love. I don't know.
They couldn't even do it right.
What's the right way of doing this?
Any way that's not this. Rogue wants their super cheap spells.
I hate this card
They
so much.
want them so badly. And this card just takes them away.
It's Miracle Rogue wants their super cheap spells. I think that you could build a Tempo Rogue where you filled your hands with coins and razor petals and then turn them into something else. Don't think that means the card is good, but I think just the application for this is not traditional Miracle Rogue. Like,
I can't imagine a world where you just want to get rid of the spells in your hand that you put in your deck for random spells that you might not even be able to use that don't synergize with your game plan. Like in theory, yeah, it's okay with like the petals and coins, but you know you have those petals and your coins in your deck for a reason, right? To either go off with auctioneer or I don't know. It's just bad. Pretty sure this is awful.
So it is a 4/5 for 4 mana, which is pretty good stats. I think that this has the potential to be good. Like, there's a lot of situations, even in Miracle, well, actually, pretty much just in Miracle, where you have just a handful of cheap spells. And Rogue is constantly getting more cheap spells added, and some of them are situational. Like, I think there are times where you're going to want to change, like, your counterfeit coins and your razor petals into random spells in the late game. So I'm gonna give it a 6.
Oh
I
my
actually
lord.
think that this is gonna see play.
That's interesting. Like a 4 mana 4/5 is like it's vanilla stats, quote unquote, but like Yeti hasn't seen play since vanilla.
Right.
I don't see it at all.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that there can be upside. It's hard because I don't know. I sort of don't like giving it a 6 because sometimes it's not a card that you can just play on curve, but I think ultimately you should get good value out of the random spells. Like, it should average out to be a beneficial effect. So I think it does see play. Really hard to evaluate though.
And Miracle Rogue, like you just would rather have those cheap spells and hit auctioneer. Like hit your game plan and not just like, oh fuck it, here's hoping that this is like a Call of the Wild or something.
Yeah, I don't see this being played in Miracle Rogue. I see this being played in a rogue deck that has early game tempo based spells that doesn't want them late game, or that wants to generate additional spells and is okay with holding them in case something good happens. But I don't envision this fitting into Miracle Rogue because Miracle Rogue is built on specific spells, and I think if you're playing Lillian Voss, you want a tempo based on generic spells, just generating value from them after your backstabs and razor petals and hallucinations and what the fuck ever have lost their value, or your deadly poisons or cold bloods even. And it's you'll probably want a cold blood more than most spells if you're playing a tempo rogue, but sometimes you won't, and sometimes you'll need some kind of Hail Mary to get back. So I could see this occupying the same slot as a Barnes or a mini Yogg, where you just build up kind of this equity, this spell equity, and then convert it when you need it, but not when you don't.
I'm just envisioning like a pretty good rogue hand, and like now I drew this, and this card is dead because I just can't play it and get rid of my hand and my game plan.
It can't play it in the rogue decks as they exist now. I just think there might be a new rogue deck.
If that deck existed, this card would be good. However, that deck, I believe, will not exist.
Yeah,
And even if it
also give a
does,
one.
it's gonna be trash.
I will
Okay.
also give it a one. But I am now super interested in seeing, Markshire and Hockey Boys try to pull it off. That'll be fun.
I would like that.
Yeah, me too.
That'd
Of
be a
course.
lot of fun.
Okay.
I'd love for cards like this to be, viable and like take off.
And then we can call the deck Who's the Voss?
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh man.
Anyway, elections for president are coming up.
It's true. Man, do you want to give this a 1 or a 2?
A one.
Alright, Plague Scientist. So, combo turns something else into the Emperor Cobra for Emperor Cobra stats. I don't see this in any current rogue decks, but I think if you play some kind of elemental or tempo rogue deck where you have a bunch of dirtily little idiots, then this could have some value.
Yeah, a tempo rogue deck can beat other aggro decks, and this is just an addition to that deck. It's already not popular, but I think it has a place in that deck.
Yeah, like I envision, a swashbuckler into a patches, then you give the patches poisonous, and you trade down a tar creeper or some shit. Like it's very clearly meant to deal with high health minions at a fraction of the cost you'd normally pay. But at the same time, if you're ever in a spot where you don't want that effect, this card is pretty bad.
I really wish this wasn't combo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
I
think it
didn't
would
even
be,
read
like,
that.
solid if it wasn't combo.
Oh, yeah, I think it'd be good if it didn't have combo, but it's 2, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's where I have it.
I think two's fine. Like, the only like scenario I'm like envisioning really is just like being able to play like a turn one, swashbuckler or burglar and buckler, and it pulling patches, and one of those is probably gonna live, right? And then so you can coin out this guy and kill something, but yeah, not a big fan.
I mean, Vilespine Slayer is slower than this, but also like you don't have to have a minion on board to
Yeah.
kill off some big thing.
Yeah.
Or
Rogue just
you-
has better hard removal options.
Well, and Vilespine doesn't have to deal with combat, right? Because you can give something poisonous, but if you're crashing into a Stonehill and the Doomsayer still lives, Vilespine would be good, and this card isn't. Like being restricted to combat means the taunt can dictate what you do, and Vilespine really is not restricted by that.
Yep, also true.
And also Divine Shield, which is going to be a big thing. Anyways, I'm giving it 2s across the board. Roll the bones. I think that this effect is garbage. Like, I think probably 50% of the time, at best, assuming you cram your deck with Death Rattles, this is going to be 2 mana, draw a single card.
Yeah, just play your Mimic Pod. Don't play this card.
Yep.
I'd give this card a 3. I don't think it's good right now, and it probably won't ever be really great, but the effect can be potentially powerful. Like if you just get one extra draw, the value is kind of insane. like Death Rattle Rogue though just seems like so shitty. So it needs a lot of help. But yeah.
I'm kind of
Decent,
thinking
but
of a
not right for all
scenario.
metas or very many metas at all.
But you don't get to play spells, right? It's you have to not play spells.
Wait, what?
If you play a Death Rattle Rogue, like, are you gonna not include Shadowcaster or Backstab or Eviscerate or whatever or Mimic Pod? If you hit a spell, it stops.
Of course you are. Like I'm not. Like the downsides are very clear, and which is why it's like a 2 and a 3 or a 1 even. But if Rogue ever got like an actual very good Death Rattle package of 8 to 10 minions, that's a decent card. I just don't see that archetype ever being viable, or at least not for a very long time.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1. Like I don't think there's any way that you're running enough Death Rattle minions to make this good. There's so many other cheap spells and good draw options for Rogue.
I'm interested in seeing how this works with Auctioneer, since Auctioneer, he says, like, whenever you cast a spell, right? Since this is casting it again, will it draw again?
I think they said that it doesn't draw you another
Aw.
card.
Well, so I don't think you cast this again. I think the spell kind of recasts itself.
That's unfortunate. I wanted
Yeah.
to see someone absolutely deck themselves out on accident.
It's like 26 Death Rattles, 2 Gadgets, and 2 Roll the Bones.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Runeforge Haunter. It's
Garbage.
weird, but yeah, 4 mana, 5/3s, and you have to be a weapon deck, and you have to want a weapon that you want to keep. I don't see it.
It's worse than Greenskin, probably. Probably worse than Naga.
Yeah, for sure worse than Naga Corsair.
Not a big fan.
Yeah. It's not even decent. This is a 2.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 2.
2 is good.
I won it for your records. Shadowblade. Interesting effect, and 3 mana 3/2. Like, first Rogue already has 3 mana 3/2. It's Deadly Poison, but this is Deadly Poison with some life gain. And 3 mana 3/2 weapons are good enough right now. Rallying Blade is fine as a 3 mana 3/2. Eaglehorn Bow is fine. Rogue hasn't typically wanted to develop one card at a time, but the stats are there. It's decent.
Almost every single 3 mana 3/2 weapon has seen play except for King's Defender.
Yes,
And
because
that's
that class
they
has
have
Fiery War Axe.
War Axe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give this a 6. I think it's a really good card.
So for Eaglehorn Bow and Rallying Blade, though, like those classes don't have better options for early game removal, really. Whereas Rogue has a lot of really good early game removal options. So I think if this was just a 3 mana 3/2, it definitely wouldn't see play in Rogue. The immune is like pretty good, but I don't know. I think it's just a 3, honestly. Like I just don't think this makes the cut. Rogue has so many other good options for early game removal.
Weapons are the ultimate tempo card, and Rogue is the ultimate tempo class. And the immune on top of it is very strong, helping you trade into something really fat and then like eviscerate it or things like that. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a 6 to go along with my Doomerang 6. I like the turn 4, equip this, hit a minion, Doomerang it, just deal 3 damage twice to minions, and don't take any damage, and put Shadowblade back into your hand. Seems like I know that's probably best case scenario, but even the worst case is not that bad.
All right. Spectral Pillager. I have never seen this card before right now, and I don't understand why it exists. Like,
Oh,
So 6 mana 5/5 is, as we've discussed, is kind of below the curve a little bit. Um, you have to think about the other rogue cards. We don't want to get pigeonholed into existing decks, but it costs 6 mana. Can you think of any other 6 mana spell minions that want you to play a bunch of other cards in one turn? I can think of at least one.
I don't
And-
think any come to mind.
Several.
And then also, Questing Adventure and Edwin Van Cleef exist. Like, this, you have to play all the spells first, and then you get the Biteweed effect in damage afterwards. It's your best case scenario here is going to be, what, like 6 is like the highest of the high end? It's 6 mana 5/5 deal 6 is pretty good, but you're blowing your load, you're doing everything there. When instead with Gadget, you could be drawing 4 or 5 cards. With Edwin or Questing, you make much bigger minions. I don't know. I don't see. This card seems to play into what Rogue already does in the worst possible way.
Yep, this card is really, really bad. It encourages you to mess up your already strong game plan.
Like, I guess it's more defensive in terms of killing other minions, but Rogue doesn't want to. Speaking as someone that's played a lot of Miracle Rogue, if I have defensive mid-game turns, that usually means that I'm not winning that game.
I don't
Yeah.
like this card. Go ahead.
No, like if it had better stats, it's like if it were a 6/6, then maybe it could see play because like there's a decent chance, or even like a 5/6, it might be okay because you can sort of consistently get like 2 or 3 damage with this in the late game,
Right.
but it's I don't know. It's just it's so slow. I'll give it a 2.
I'll give it a 2 as well. Brunson says just play Vile Spine, and he's absolutely right. I guess this has the added benefit of being able to go face, but I don't know. You have to like do some crazy shit to like turn this even into a worse fire elemental, which oftentimes isn't good enough for constructed play. Sometimes it is, sometimes not. So I think it's just bad.
I think 2 is way too generous.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All right, Valera the Hollow. This card is probably the hardest card to evaluate in the set. The passive hero power, you get a Shadow Reflection. Whatever card you play, Shadow Reflection turns into an exact copy of that card. A 0 mana Arcane Giant is a 0 mana Arcane Giant. A prep is a prep that gets prepped. A backstab is a backstab. Coin is a coin, and it does not last between turns. So if you play Valera the Hollow and then backstab, next turn you don't get to start with a Shadow Reflection backstab. It resets back to Shadow Reflection. And the battle cry, your hero gains stealth, so you can't be attacked, you can't be targeted. You can be damaged by Mind Blast or Consecration or Ragnaros. You can be damaged by things like that, but you can't be targeted or attacked.
Blackguard.
Yes, you can be Blackguard. No, it says random minion.
Ah, dang it.
God, can't even get the memes right.
I know.
Stealth for a turn is a really powerful effect, and then doubling a card every turn is a really powerful effect. I want it to be good, but I have no idea how to evaluate this card. Just absolutely none.
I've thought about it a lot. I think this card is a 7. I think you just slot it in the Miracle Rogue, and it's kind of bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, well, with Arcane Giants being a thing right now, like just being able to double that the turn you play it if you have enough spells played, or just being able to generate tempo, right? And then you have a board where you're slightly ahead going into your turn, and then you just slam this down. I think this card lines up very well with what the spell-based and mid to late game rogue decks are trying to do. I think it could enable a control rogue archetype or make Mally Rogue better. But also it does what Miracle Rogue already wants to do, which is survive and then do crazy value goofy shit.
Yeah, being able to use it as a survive turn is a huge deal, I think, for Rogue. But just like the value of being able to copy any card that you play that's 5 or less mana, which means like double eviscerates, double whole blood, double. You can even double counterfeit coin and just like start doing shit with Auctioneer, I think it's silly. The downside is that it's 9 mana, and that might be too slow for Miracle Rogue, and that's a legitimate concern. But I really
So-
like it.
I mean, it lets you survive a turn, but all you're doing that turn is gaining 5 armor and getting a new hero power that you can't use that turn. It seems really slow. I don't think it fits into Miracle Rogue. I think like with copying a card that you play, there's some potential there, and maybe someone finds some really good application for this. But right now, I don't think that this really fits into a deck. I'm gonna give it a 4.
Tim.
So it doesn't actually define the miracle archetype, but it does augment it. It does improve it. I think this card is insanely strong. I think Hockey Boys in chat is right. You absolutely just play this card, get your reflection, toss down your arcane giants, and then watch as they have to deal with the 8/8s. And then if they do, they probably invest a lot of resources and you're probably ahead, and then you try to finish them off the following turn. That stealth is just going to be really strong.
Also, you put a Vanish in your deck, and then you play double or triple Arcane Giant.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right. Shaman time?
Before we move on, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, lit.
I can do the first card.
All right, I'll pee on the next card. Not on the card per se, but
I appreciate the clarification.
it's just good to be clear. Communication is important.
It really is. Tim's fucking right.
Avalanche.
This is cold.
Bad.
Yeah. It doesn't deal damage to the minion it freezes, which seems kind of silly.
It's weird.
I guess we can't really evaluate these one by one. These are all determinate on the other free synergy cards in Shaman.
Which is all of them.
Yeah. And none of them are particularly exciting. I still don't know which Snow Fury Giant
I like
is
one.
the correct one.
I like one. One of the cards. One of the freezy cards.
I also like one of the freezy cards, probably for different reasons. No, I like 2 of them. One for the right reason, one for pun reasons.
Okay, that's fair. I like 2 of them as well for pun reasons and also for the right reason. Because that is a sick pun.
Yep. Avalanche, I don't ever see playing this.
No.
Like, it deals 3 damage to 2 minions. But, I don't know,
yeah,
man.
I don't like it. I guess it really, like Tim says, is really reliant if that freeze archetype becomes a thing. But I just don't see it. I think even if it does become a thing, actually, I don't think you'd play this.
In a class that is just full of powerful AoE,
Yeah.
you don't play Avalanche in addition.
Yeah, and your opponent can just play around it easily if this card becomes included in decks. Like, you deal 3 to 2 shitty things. I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah.
freeze the adjacent minions, and it doesn't damage the one you target. That seems bad.
Yep. I think it's a 2.
I can think of a ton of Shaman spells that are just way better.
All of them? Like, has
Yeah.
to be all of them, right?
Probably.
What's a worse shaman spell?
Frost Shock.
Markshire's gone.
Frost Shock.
Not
Frost Shock
even.
is not worse.
Forked
Frost
Lightning.
Shock- Maybe.
All right, you got us.
Yeah,
Checkmate.
2 overload sucks.
It's 2 overload on 1. Like, it's skipping turn 2 is the worst turn to skip.
Yeah, I'd also give this a 2. Just probably doesn't make the cut in any Shaman deck.
Seems bad.
Alright, now for the best pun in the set that is loaded with good puns. We have
Burlock.
Burlock.
Brrr.
Oh man, and so you have to want Murlocs, right? Because Glacial Shard is better than this card. Like, it is significantly, substantially better.
I Absolutely.
If you want Burlocks, or if you want Murlocs, and you want to freeze things, then you want this card. But you have to want both of those. And I'm not sure who wants both of those.
Yeah, it's a decent stat in Murloc with a powerful effect, right? Like freezing things is very powerful, and it makes it like okay to draw in the mid and late game sometimes. But yeah, I don't think it's good enough. But, you know, if a Murloc Shaman ever appears, like it'll be in it, right?
I'm going to give this a 4, but that is almost entirely because of the pun.
I'll give it a 5.
Oh,
Like,
here we go.
Glacial Shard was like pretty close to seeing play, and I like, even though you're only gaining one stat point, I think it's pretty solid. Like, being able to freeze an enemy is still, I think, a pretty powerful effect, even though Glacial Shard didn't see that much play. I don't know, like maybe at Quest Shaman's probably still bad, but like maybe it becomes viable, and that definitely plays this card.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty solid.
Like
Yeah.
I
The Murloc Shaman has to be a thing for this to be a thing. But if it is, like it's definitely a part of it.
Are you 3ing it, Mange?
Yeah, I'll give it 3. But I understand where Markshire is coming from, and I don't disagree.
Yeah. I mean, it's, Murlocs are... like, if you can get a critical mass of Murloc synergy within your class, we know they're good enough. It's just a question of, will Shaman get to that point where the Murloc part matters? Or will we get to the point where the freeze matters? And speaking of freeze, cryostasis, I think this card is awful. Like, why? Why do you want this?
You don't. This is a 1.
I'll give it a 2 because it can potentially be powerful to use it on things like Flame Tongue or Mana Tide or MMI said in chat that you put it on like a I'm forgetting the card name, the 3 mana 1/5 taunt that goes to +2.
Oh, Tar Creeper.
Tar Creeper, yeah, sorry. But I think that it's just too niche.
Can you
So, yeah.
imagine spending your early game going Tar Creeper, ramping into cryostasis?
OP. So I actually watched a Crip YouTube video about this. I think that it's the only time I've watched Crip in my life. But apparently, what he said is the way that freeze works is if you have a minion that does not have summoning sickness, that could attack and you don't attack with it and freeze it, next turn you can attack with it. So if you have a totem that sticks on the board and then you cryostasis it, next turn you will be able to attack with it. It
that
will
confirmed?
become unfrozen. I don't know if that's confirmed.
That's
Okay, so
that's inconsistent with every other.
Crip wouldn't lie.
So first of all, I disagree with that. Second of all, the game rule here is
Yeah.
after a player ends their turn, unfreeze all characters that are frozen, don't have summoning sickness, and have not attacked that turn. So actually, not attacking makes a big difference.
Interesting.
I had no idea.
No fucking idea. Okay.
If the
That gives
so
it some friend juice.
if the
probably,
friendly
right?
character
I
gets
mean, probably
frozen
not
before
that much.
attacking, they unfreeze at end of turn. That's crazy. How do we not know this?
So I had no idea. That's super interesting. My problem with this card is it's super niche, and right now Shaman has just a plethora of great cards, and it's like, how do I fit this in?
Yeah.
So I'll give it a 2, but you know,
I don't know. I'm not really sure what deck this would go in really, but I think it has potential to see fringe play. So I'll give it a 4.
Okay. How about a 3-mana 2/8 that costs you 2 turns?
that's so interesting about that frozen fact. I had no idea. My mind is
Same.
fucking blown.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I had no idea either.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's a cool fact.
Good one.
Thanks, Tim. So, what do you think of Dracari Defender?
I think it's garbage.
I think it's sick and wild.
Oh, with Trog?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like the old Death Lord Face Hunter.
I'm not a big fan.
Of Death Lord Face Hunter?
No, of this card.
Okay.
I never played Death Lord Face Hunter.
It was pretty cool because you just like play 1 and 2 drops and then play a Death Lord. Your opponent couldn't get through it, and then you hit him in the face. Anyways, this card is trash. Any disagreement?
I
Nope.
mean, you can combo it with cryostasis, except you can't actually play cryostasis the turn after you play this.
You have to
Yeah.
hold the coin.
Like
Hold the
three
coin.
overload is just so bad. It sucks so much.
I can think of. Are there any overload cards outside of Elemental Destruction that have an overload more than their actual cost that have seen play?
I don't know.
I don't
This-
think
that-
so.
No, I
Does
don't
it
even know
go-
if there's cards that are that.
Does it go on like a Crusher Shaman or like a really defensive control Shaman?
But like, you want to do things in the early game. You have to develop totems and get your thing from below going, and not play a 2/8.
That deck doesn't really want to.
No,
I don't know. Probably bad still, but
I'm giving
there's
this
like
a
some
1.
friend. There's some friend juice in like a really slow deck, so I'll give it a 2.
1.
Icebreaker. So I think there's some value to this if you can get. How many do you need to get for a minion shattered for this to be worth it? 2?
I have no idea.
Depends on the value of the minions, I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of freeze cards. If free shaman exists, this is why. But this is use your face damage in combination with other cards. If you can get to the minion, there's not taunts in the way to poke something to death.
Yeah. I think this is really bad.
Yeah, like they're really pushing free shaman, but outside of Frost Shock, like all the freeze cards they got are the ones in this expansion, and I don't think it's enough for this to ever be good. It's just a much worse Spirit Clause. So 1.
Yeah.
Oh well, I guess I'll give it a 2 because like maybe in the future this gets good enough. Probably not, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean it's you can go next turn glacial shard something, I guess, but even then, I'm not convinced. Tim?
Yep. It's just not exciting.
Ice fishing. 2 mana, draw 2 Murlocs.
If you're playing Murlocs, you probably want to be spending your mana to play Murlocs.
Does Murloc Shaman need this card when it has the quest?
I mean, if you run out of Murlocs, if you don't have a call in the finishers. But I think anytime that you have a... This is what we saw with Finja, right? That Finja was really good when you had specific Murlocs, but was not as good when you had general Murlocs. And this is... If you're playing a deck that has super high Murloc density, you're just drawing 2 random Murlocs. Like, it's you want specific ones. That's when you want these kind of cards that pull things out. Or you just want enough value that it's worth it, like with the Curator, which is a 7-drop that by itself that also draws you up to 3 cards. This is just skip a turn or spend 2 mana to, you get a couple cards out of it, but you know what they're going to be. You have to really, really want a high Murloc density. So maybe if you're worried about your Quest Murloc deck running out of cards.
Maybe a really slow Shaman wants this to draw the 6 mana Board Clear Murloc. I don't know.
Maybe.
Probably not.
I don't think you're gonna go fishing for Corrupted Seers.
Corrupted Seer, thank you. I'm really bad with names.
Yeah, I'm gonna 2 this.
Me too.
Yeah, like I don't know, like an aggressive Murloc deck doesn't. I mean, maybe it does want it, but I don't really think so. It just doesn't seem like it fits into the archetype. I'll also give it a 2. It has potential.
It does have potential. I think 2 is fine.
Murabi. So, it generates a lot of value. 6 mana 4/4s. I don't think are generally good enough, and Shaman 6 mana 4/4 legendaries have historically been awful. Now, this guy generates a lot of value if you have a Voodoo Hexer down or something else that freezes things. Well, I guess it's really just Voodoo Hexer, but you have to play this and get something out of it the same turn. So it reminds me of a really bad Confessor Palatrus. It's a little bit faster, but 6 mana 4/4 is not a good stat line.
Nope.
It's horrible.
The
Yeah,
best case was like they showed just stealing an Antonitis and then chipping at it with the Icebreaker. And even that's not excellent for Shaman. So the best case is not very good.
I mean, also, you're not typically going to play against people that'll just run out the tempo Antonitis.
Not with that attitude.
I think this is a 1.
I'll give it a 2. I mean, it's not a good card, but like you could play this. It probably never sticks, but like in the late game, you could play this and Burlock and Glacial Shard in the same turn and like get some value in your hand potentially. So I don't think it's a completely lost cause.
If only it was playable with Frost Nova. Alright, Snow Fury Giant. 11 mana base cost and then cost 1 less for overloaded crystals. I think this would have seen play in the really old Doomhammer aggro shaman.
Yeah,
Ooh,
maybe.
really?
You had Doomhammers, Lightning Bolts, Tunnel Trogs, or Totem Golems, sometimes Lightning Storms. It's maybe, right? It would have had a shot of seeing play. Now that deck was so busted, you probably didn't need to because you just played 4 mana 7/7.
That's yeah, I don't know. We don't have to get into that argument now, but that's interesting.
Is it
Maybe it would be good.
confirmed that it's overloaded mana crystals? Because I've also seen the cost 1 list for each minion frozen this game.
It is definitely overloaded mana crystals.
Oh, that's disappointing.
I'd be hard pressed to find a way this sees played in standard. If you still had elemental destruction, that would actually be a really cool way to enable it.
Yeah, so like if the game goes on long enough, like then in the right deck, it's gonna be a 0 mana 8/8 in the long run, but I don't know if you can consistently get this out like cheap for like 6 or 7 mana, because that's one of the reasons Arcane Giants are good, is that you can play them like in the mid game as an 8/8, and it's going to be hard to find the mana for that, especially if you're overloading a lot. So I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I think it's also 2, but it's something that could, see play down the line if they actually print overload cards that we really want to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's in the before the rotation when you had elemental destruction, the control shaman. I think this card would have fit in very easily because you overloaded a lot with that deck. All right, ready for the Death Knight?
Absolutely. This card is pretty good.
It's 5 mana. Like 5 mana is so much better than not 5 mana because all these Death Knights are fucking expensive. And this is the only one that's at a playable cost when you can develop a board and then grow it. I think the hero power is not a huge upgrade. If I'm being really honest here, I think it's not that much better than toteming because toteming is really good in a deck that plays double bloodlust. But I think this probably works differently than the totem shaman deck or the token deck in that you generally want to be a little bit more like. I think it's probably more a mid-range shaman where you play a bunch of taunts or things that value trade and then you evolve those as opposed to primal fin totems and 1/1s. Yeah, I think it's a good card. I think it's like a 6.
I don't think it's bad at all. But I wonder if I would not rather just play Bloodlust when I'd play this card. I think that the hero power is probably worse than toteming up. I don't even think it's better. Just evolve. Evolving a 1 minion is proven to be like a constructed minion Most of the time, it's worse to go up 1 mana to like a one mana random minion, unless you're playing like a very specific deck that takes advantage of that kind of stuff. Which obviously you would be with this card. I think it's 5. I think it's solid, but I think that a lot of times the decks that this would see playing, it would just be better to bloodlust them on 5.
Yeah, like I think Bloodlust can be better than this. I'll give it a 4. Like if you can play this on curve and you already have a board, then it's really really good. It's like a game-winning effect. But in those games, you probably would have won anyways. And if you don't have a board, then this just doesn't do anything. Like the upgraded hero power is just really not worth it. So it's sort of inconsistent, but maybe like against control, you tech this in. So 4.
Yeah, I think this is a 5. I don't think it absolutely doesn't replace Bloodlust. You'd play it in addition to it, and I think it has a spot in a deck a very strong deck that already exists.
All right, Voodoo Hexer. 5 mana, 2/7 taunt and freezes shit. This card seems good to me. Like it's the Ali Armorsmith stat line has proven to be consistently strong against aggro, and I think this card compares favorably to Ali Armorsmith in a lot of situations because freezing defensively is generally pretty powerful, and you have the opportunity to freeze offensively as well. But this is going to gain you a lot of life and time in the mid game.
Yeah, if that's what this freeze shaman wants to do, then this is one of the seemingly okay cards in that deck. But I don't think the rest of the synergies are good enough to justify the deck being good.
I'll give it a 6. Like I think it's good in any slower shaman deck. Just because it's a 2/7, you'll probably freeze like 2 minions with it. And I guess it's not very good against control because it's only a 2/7, but at least you're freezing your opponent's space, which is pretty relevant against some classes. But I think it'll definitely see play.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 7. I think a free shaman exists because of this card, and even then I think it allows control shaman or slower mid-range shaman to exist.
Yeah, I like this card a lot. I think it's a pretty solid 5. It's kind of hard to fit into existing shamans right now. It probably goes in mid range, and it's probably really good in that. But yeah, just a 2/7 taunt's pretty solid, and then the effect is really powerful. So it's pretty good. I think it's a 5.
Also, it has enormous hands.
Yeah,
Well, that's
look at those
a troll
things.
for you.
I don't know the lore.
Pushes up glasses.
All right, Warlock. We start with Blood Queen Lanathel because we were hoping for more discard cards. So I don't think this card is terrible, right? I don't think it is, and I think if you curve this card into Doomguard, you're really happy. I think you can play Lakari Fellhound first and be fine. If it's even a 3/6 or 4/6 lifesteal, it's good. But I I don't know. I think it's not actively awful, but I really hope I don't have to discard cards as a Warlock so much.
I just don't know where this card goes into.
Yeah.
Maybe one of you guys have a better idea.
The Discord Warlock wants to be really aggressive. I don't think it can play slow and give Blood Queen the time to get any kind of value. And even so, it doesn't get enough attack to be aggressive enough to want it.
It's a really good late game top deck. I think if you were to look at a Warlock deck that wanted to be more mid rangey and more demon heavy and would play the Death Knight, then I would see it with just 2 Fellhound, 2 Doomguard. But then you run the risk of this card being not good if you don't draw any of those 4 cards. You could theoretically run Soulfire if you wanted to, but otherwise I think it would only play Fellhound and Doomguard. I don't think the other cards are worth it. And you could run Silverware Golem or Clutch Mother at that point if you wanted to, but you probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't run the Imp You just deal with discarding 2 cards, which is not ideal. You could play it with Soulfire early on, and maybe then you put in the discard package to have the 6 cards, but then you'd still be banking on this being a 5-mana 2/6 lifesteal, which is not very good.
Yeah, this isn't bad in like a mid-range disco luck deck, but I don't think that deck is going to be in the meta really. I'll give it a 3.
Main.
Yeah, I think 3 is fine. I don't think it's very good, but maybe.
How about the Death Knight, which is 10 mana Demon N'Zoth, and then that hero power is lit. It's 2 mana deal 3 with lifesteal.
Oh, if only it wasn't 10 mana.
It's so good in a vacuum.
Yeah, both effects are powerful, right? It's a powerful battle cry and a powerful hero power, but it costs 10. And what demons are we getting back?
I think a deck that plays this is probably playing maybe Flame Imp, Voidwalker. We could see Doomguard, Abyssal Enforcer, maybe, and the new card, Despicable Dreadlord. Basically, you're not
Yeah.
doing a ton once you play this, but you're developing some really strong demons.
And I think you have to play Fellhound if you want to get the taunt back. Because that's
yeah,
a demon.
potentially.
Yeah, I think this guy's really good in a vacuum. The problems I see is that right now Control Warlock just doesn't survive. This doesn't help it survive. They got a couple of tools to help, but they're not the best. And this is also a class with Jiraxis. So the situations where you want to play this over Jiraxis are kind of they're almost non-existent right now. Like this would have been very good back in like the Reno Mirror days when you couldn't play Jiraxis without dying to like Leroy power overwhelming combo, or other OTKs. But that doesn't exist. Like I guess this is probably better against Freeze Mage, but yeah, I don't know. I think that this card is probably in a vacuum. It's incredibly powerful. Right now, it doesn't have a spot. I don't think.
Yeah.
So I'll give it a 4. But you could definitely see this kind of archetype pickup, I think, down the line.
Yeah, it's really tough. Like I think if I just think the worst part about this card is how bad Warlock is. Like this could single-handedly make Control Warlock be a thing, just because of how much tempo you get when you play it. You can get charge minions back. You can get taunts. You can get the new 4/5 that has an immediate effect on the board. And if you live a turn after that, the hero power is crazy good. I'm gonna give it a 5. It's not like a solid typical card. I just think it's really close to seeing play, but Warlock just might suck also.
Yep, I think the card itself is good. If Warlock is good, then this will see play, but that's the only question we have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these are meta dependent, right? All the Death Knights are still looming with the shadow of Jade Idol. So if we get to the point where a hero power by itself will be enough to win you the game, the Warlock hero power after the Death Knight is unbelievable. Deal 3, gain 3 is so powerful. I don't know. I think there has to be a point where the hero power over time matters because you need both effects to be relevant, or you need to have a lot of demons to come back. Also, I'm pretty sure Cabal Trafficker is not a demon.
Yeah, it actually isn't. I didn't know that.
It gets you demons.
It traffics demons.
Yes, exactly. Defile. This card is awesome.
Yeah, this card has a lot of potential, and we can see a lot of like really cool and exciting plays just off of this one card.
Like, I want it to be good. I don't know if it is, but I think there's so many messy board states that we see in Standard right now that are so easily exploited by this card.
I really don't know what to say about this because, like, to see how good it would be, you would have to look at like what the average board state is, and that's not something that anyone has looked for in the past to see like how often you get these staggered board states where this is crazy good. So I don't know. I think I'll give it a 4.
I'm gonna give it a 6, even though it's augmenting an archetype that doesn't currently see play. I think it allows you to play kind of a mid-game control game in a lot of ways that you can. I think you can engineer a board state where this is good enough, or you can incentivize your opponent to make poor trades to keep it from being good, which sets up Warlock for being in a good place.
Yeah, I think this card's a 5. I think it's really strong. And yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard time finding the words. It's just it has blowout potential against aggressive boards on turn 3 and turn 4. If you can line it up with things like Mortal Coil or one of the next cards that we're going to see. Also, Paladins just can't hero power with this if they don't want it to go off twice, like in the mid game, which is really interesting.
Yeah, punish a
Paladins,
shaman pretty hard too.
yeah, potentially Shaman as well. So I think it's 5. I think that pretty much every slow Warlock, for the rest of this card's life cycle will play at least one.
Yeah, I think this card alone might push Warlock into viability.
I hope you're right. I miss Gul'dan.
Mm-hmm.
Despicable Dreadlord also. It only hits enemy minions. This card's really good, right?
Absolutely.
Card's nuts.
Yeah, like it seems like it just it's a so it does it's a little bit understated, right? It's a 5 mana 4/5 understated, but only hitting enemy minions and being a decent sized threat and being a demon and not costing you life, just it seems really good. I'm gonna give this a 7.
It's
I'll give it a 6.
Go ahead.
So I think it's a good card. I just think that Warlock has tended towards either Zoo or Control. And this is mainly good in like a mid-range deck, but with the Death Knight, maybe a sort of like mid-range, like slower mid-range demon-focused deck sees play. Like I think the stats and the effect are very good for the cost.
Yeah, that effect on the card has typically been worth 2 mana. So you can, you're basically getting a 3 mana 4/5 with the 2 mana effect attached, right? Seems pretty strong. I think it's also going to be a deck that most slower Warlocks, or a card that most slower Warlocks play from here on out.
Yeah, I mean it's having something proactive to do in the mid game that also controls the board is why I rate this card over Defile, because Defile is reactive in a very powerful way, but this lets you develop and deal damage and kind of stem the tide over time. And your opponent's in a really rough place if they plan on developing wide into this card and they don't deal with it.
Yeah, I think it's a 6 as well, since I noticed you haven't put that down yet.
Drain Soul. Only hits minions, but 2 mana, deal 2, gain 2.
It's a little weak.
Better than Drain Soul, we know that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's Drain Life is the same thing for 3 mana, but I don't know. It's. I hope I don't get to the world where I need to play this in my Warlock decks. Like it's okay. It's a fine card, so I'm gonna give it a 3. But like, if I need to play this, that means I am expecting to be hopelessly behind in the early game, and I need the 2 life. Because late game, this doesn't do enough. In early game, you need to hope you've taken 2 damage on turn 2.
I'll give it a 4. I think it's okay. It's a solid tech card. I mean, I think that slower Warlocks might want to play it just because their options for like spot removal like that are limited. And you would think that like with that and like Mortal Coil, you're probably running something like Blood Mage, which helps it a little bit. It's definitely not great by any means, but it's a little bit of healing. And spot removal, which are both kind of holes in the slow Warlock deck. So, not great, but it might be a tech card of some sort.
Yeah, it might have a place. but it's hard to think of it. Just early game removal. That's a little weak.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit too low impact to oversee play, but I mean, it's not horrible value. 3.
All right, this next card, I eagerly await the Facebook arguments that will come from it. It's not. This is a River Crocolisk. Who wants to fight me?
Well, I'm not putting River Crocolisk in my deck, so it's not even a demon for any potential synergy.
Fuck this card.
Like,
I mean,
Yeah, if Smoke Salmon thinks this is a 4, this is a 2.
damn. Markshire, you were saying?
no, like the card art alone bumps it up to above a 1, so I'll give it a 2.
All right, that's fair.
I'll give this a 1 because I hate it, and I hate people that tell me it's good.
And in case anyone needs a basic class on probability and why this doesn't mean that if anyone needs basic probability, just find me. We'll talk about it. All right. So 3 mana 3/6 demon. When this takes damage, discard a random card. It's above the stat curve. I wish we could stop discarding now.
Doesn't even have taunt.
I mean, a 3 mana 3/6 is big.
Yeah, it's 1 mana above the curve.
Yeah.
It's really bad without Malchezaar's Imp, I think.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Probably a Zoo deck that will play this. Maybe if they do at all, I don't know. It's just like sometimes like you play this on 3, or like you coin it out, and like now your hand is gone. And like I know that Warlock has life tap, but losing cards still sucks. Especially in the tempo deck. I'm not sure. I'm not sold. I think it's a 3.
And that's where I put it. Just it's if you got to the point where you were playing minions on curve or curving out and dealing damage, even without Malchezaar's Imp, it's enough pressure. It's hard to remove for a deck that does damage, but it's not hard for them to remove your hand. And then they only have to deal with this. They don't have to deal with the constant pressure that you're generating, and you have to life tap every turn.
So I don't think this is horrible. Like, I think this is actually decent in a Zoo deck. Like, obviously the downside can be pretty bad, but like if you have already gotten the board with your early game minions, your opponent might not be able to afford to damage this at all. Like they probably can't put mana into damaging this slightly and not removing it, and it's really hard to remove a minion with 6 health on turn 3. So I think this could see play in Zoo. I'll give it a 5.
Tim?
I think Little Ball of Hate it in chat is right. The stat distribution isn't right. I'd rather have a little more attack instead of the health with this effect. So I'm gonna give it a 3.
All right. How about this 1 mana 1/1 that can sometimes be a 1 mana 3/3?
So the thing I don't like about this is it's not a good play on turn 1. The only deck this could see play in is like a Zoo or aggro type deck, and you really need your cards to be good on curve, I think, in a tempo based deck. And this is so bad on turn 1, just as a 1/1. Nerubian Egg isn't in standard anymore, so the only like egg synergy is Devilsaur Egg, and that's a crazy combo if you pull it off, but that's just one card in the deck.
Yeah, I mean there's not a ton of things you want to eat in standard. I think Possessed Villager and Devilsaur Egg are the best ones that you might actually play in the early game. But yeah, you're not going to run this out there on turn 1, so that means are you keeping this in the mulligan as your 1-drop? I don't know. is this the card that's going to revive Zoo? Probably not. Would it be good in a Zoo build if you had 10 other 1-drops? Then maybe. You had to have a lot of 1-drops. A lot of 1-drops.
I mean, you didn't play Abusive Sergeant on one either, and that was pretty good. Obviously, this is much worse than Abusive Sergeant, but
It's true.
Yep, Zoo just doesn't have the tokens to support this.
yeah, that's kind of my issue with it right now as well. But I think that it has the potential to be really crazy with more cards, more egg type effects. So I will give it a 3.
Yeah, three from me as well.
So, Treachery is the Brunsonist card of the expansion. And I bet if Bites was still around, he'd be playing this too. With Doomsayer, it's kind of cute. You get to make sure it goes off. Bomb Squad is not good enough. Trying to figure out what else you would Treachery that you actually want to give up.
The first half of the 4-mana 2/2.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is a cute card, but ultimately it's just so niche. So it's a 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, moving
I'm
on.
gonna give it a 1.
1, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference, but
It's deep in the red. All right, Unwilling Sacrifice. So if you're in the state where you have a wide board and you want to deal with one of your opponent's minions that's a pain in the ass to deal with as a warlock, then this could theoretically be useful. But you have to assume it's always going to destroy the worst minion for you on their board. So that means that they have to have just one minion that you can't kill with damage or don't want to kill with damage that you need to kill with, and you have extra stuff. So you could theoretically cultivate that situation. But is it worth it slotting this card into your deck to assume that's going to happen? I say no. I'm going to give it a 2.
2 seems fine. It might be better down the line when we have other eggs or things that you really want to kill on your side. Like Frozen Champions!
That's true.
No, yeah,
Oh.
That is 2 indeed.
it's 2, but it can be like hard removal, which is why it's not 1.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3. Like, there's a chance that in the future there's some good synergy for this, but not right now.
All right, boys. It's 10:30. We have one class left, and then neutrals.
Let's do it, baby.
Speed run.
There's nothing speedy about this run. Like
Not with
sub
that
5
attitude.
hour run. All right. Animated Berserker. I love 1-mana 1/3s. I am crazy about 1-mana 1/3s. They're almost always good. I don't see this guy being any different. He's a little bit niche, but there are so many good synergies with this in Warlock, and the stat line is really strong. I think it deserves a pretty high ranking. I'm going to give it a 6.
I agree with what you said. 6.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think this card is that good.
Neither do I.
It gives you some activation, but I mean, it's not doing a ton. Warrior already had plenty of like damage activation.
But free damage activation and a good 1-drop.
Well, all the 1/3s that saw play, like they grow in power, right?
Norshire Cleric doesn't draws you cards, right?
Draws you cards. That's fair.
Vilefin Inquisitor doesn't. It kind of grows in power. I would compare this card to Vilefin Inquisitor in terms of an enabler for an archetype, and I think that card is objectively an indicator of how good that stat line is on turn 1.
Vilefin Inquisitor only really took off with Rockpool Hunter though. I don't see it. I think this is a 3, I guess. I honestly don't think Temple Warrior wants to play this, and that's the only other deck that would play it.
Okay, are we going to disagree on Blood Razor? Because I think Blood Razor is great.
Isn't Blood Razor like one of the best cards they printed?
I think so.
Guess we'll hear other opinions.
I don't know if it's one of the best cards they've ever
Not ever,
printed.
just in this set.
It's a really good card in the set. Like, it should definitely see play. I think I'll give it a 6. It's just really useful. It does what Warrior wants. Could fit in Tempo Warrior or Control Warrior.
I'll give it a 7. It's more or less the 4-mana 3/3 that does AoE with every swing.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 5. I think it's a good card, but I'm not crazy about it.
I've been viewing it as too many swipes more than anything, and it's pretty easy to be excited about that. Okay, bring it on. So this is useful if you need burst healing as a warrior. Late game. Early game it's bad for obvious reasons. Late game, it's unlikely for the discount to matter. And so you need to make sure that 10 armor matters late game where you also need to do something else with your turn. You don't have another way to gain life. I think there is a world where you do face down enough burn that you want this card. But I'm going to 2 this one.
I'll give this card a 4. Nah, I'm gonna give this a 5. I'm not gonna back down. I think this is a really great card. 2-mana gain 10 is really strong, and the warrior has ways to negate the minions in your opponent's hand getting discounted. Obviously some situations like it's going to really suck, but other situations it's going to be incredible. You know, like think late game against a hunter that's out of steam, or mid game against like a token slipe druid with a brawl in hand. You're just begging them to, so they're shitting the board for you to brawl them away. I think it's really powerful, and I think that you can play around the downside. So 5.
Yeah, I think it does a lot of the stuff that Control Warrior wants to do. And more armor gain is always good. It synergizes with exactly what their game plan is. It's good with Shield Slam. But this might not be worth the card slot, just barely. So I'll give it a 4. I think it might see some fringe play.
Yep, I want to bait out for my brawl. I want my 10 damage shield slam. I think this card has a place.
Yeah, I'm sure you're good at baiting them.
You know I am.
Alright, so Dead Man's Hand. I think that this is similar to it's not as extreme as Benedictus, but I stand by the argument that fatiguing doesn't exist right now, and this is a weird way to go about winning in fatigue.
Yeah, it's if fatigue like mirrors exist, this card is insane, but they're not going to exist, so it isn't.
It seems to me that it's almost goes in like combo decks when you're trying to assemble like really strange combos that you can only assemble with this, and like a lot of draw or something. I don't know. I think it's really overrated, but obviously it can be teched and like control heavy mirrors. Like you can get 2 Cthunes, which Slimsh has been dreaming of since he saw this card, and 2 Nazos. So
2
I
Dead
think
Man's Hands.
I think it's a 3 because like sometimes you'll play it in control heavy style matchups with those 2 cards and those 2 archetypes, but most of the time 2 mana do nothing isn't very good.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3 for basically the reason you just said. Like, I don't really see fatigue mirrors being a thing, but maybe they will, and this card will be good because obviously it's really good if you're going to fatigue.
So, how does the art relate to this card?
I don't think it does, except there's like a hand right there on the left.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
A dead man.
It looks like a bunch of people having a snowball fight, except they're dead.
Dead man.
Okay. Death Revenant.
Garbage.
Yeah. Like if you have two damage minions, it's still below the curve. But it is each, right? So it is both. So you could curve Blood Razor into this and theoretically get a 5-mana 6/6, but like a lot of hoops to jump through for not being sure.
Yeah. Why
One
not just play Better Tide? Yeah, a 1.
lot of
It's-
Yep.
hoops. This is
One of the
poop.
worst cards of the set.
Pretty bad. Forge of Souls. I mean, I like having weapons, but I don't think I'm playing this on turn 2 all that often.
Yep, and aggressive warrior decks cannot give up the tempo in order to draw the weapons, I think.
Well, what are you getting, right? It's maybe Fool's Bane, maybe Gorehowl. Like, otherwise, it's just War Axes and Blood Razors. And I don't think that's worth spending a slot on.
There's some, I think, application for using it to make sure that you're drawing your War Axe in the early game. You know, like, if you're on the coin, you coin this out against an aggressive deck, and you'll have a War Axe going into their turn 2. But
I think this deserves the number that's in the top left corner.
maybe some kind of like mid-range, almost burn mage-esque, but instead of like spells, you're smacking them in the face weapons. Probably not though.
You could grab 2 Reapers.
I think 2's fine.
I don't know. I'm really torn on this card. Like I think it's almost good enough to see play in like Pirate Warrior, even though I really hate giving up the tempo. Like having a weapon is so important. Like I won't be that surprised if it ends up seeing play. I think I'll give it a 4.
Yep, I think this gets a 3. It's just decent.
Hey, I
Not-
gave that a 3.
Oh, you gave it a 3.
Come on now.
Mountain Fire Armor.
I think this card is being so overrated.
Yeah. Mountain Fire Armor, you need to be in a situation where you care about having a 3-mana 4/3, or you have to want that stat distribution, which means you almost certainly have to be the aggressor with it. You're not going to be able to value trade with it. If your opponent is smoking you down, if you're playing against Pirate Warrior, they just keep going face, and then you trade with your 4/3. And you get to trade maybe twice over 2 turns, or maybe you trade once into a South Sea Captain. And then you play 3 mana to take an extra turn to kill a South Sea Captain. That is the best case scenario. It's a vanilla minion. They don't have any reason to trade into it. So if you're against a control deck and you're the aggressor, and they trade into it, you gaining 6 life probably doesn't matter to them. So I think this means you get a 3-mana 4/3 almost all the time. Why are we excited about this? It's meant to be an anti-aggro card, but you're still the one that has to trade, and you just play this and they just ignore it.
Yep. I couldn't say it better.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's probably a 2.
Still,
I hate it.
it's
Uh,
vanilla stats with potential upside.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. I just don't think there's a deck that this is good in right
Yeah.
now. It just doesn't like if you want the armor, then you're playing Control Warrior. And why are you putting a 3-mana 4/3 in your deck? And in some sort of tempo warrior, I don't think the armor is relevant enough. I do think that there's more to be said though about forcing your opponent to not trade into it. Like I don't know, like having the initiative and trading is really really strong in Hearthstone. So if your opponent ignores this to deny you 6 armor, like being able to attack with a 4/3 is still good. I just don't think it sees play in a meta deck.
It's relevant, but if you're a tempo deck that needs life gain in the early game, that means you are behind by definition to what is likely a lot of burst damage, and that means you play this and you don't get the life gain. So you get the initiative to trade by skipping your 3rd turn and playing a minion that is likely pretty fragile. So, I'm not saying it has no uses, which is why I think a 3 is deserved, but I'd be really surprised if this found a slot in a lot of tempo decks. Like it's and there are some situations where playing the 4/3 on turn 3 is good enough as a control threat that this card is diverse enough to have some relevance. I think it is not as good against aggro as it looks, and I think that means the card can be replaced with better options. All right. Talk about Rotface.
So
How can they put Rotface into the game and leave Festergut out? What the hell, Blizzard?
he's coming in the Frozen Knights too when they give this Death Knight class.
Yeah. So this is okay, I guess. I can't see a world where I play this over Grom, like ever.
Random legendaries are bad. You have to like jump through hoops to activate it immediately, and it's really understated. If you just like drop it on 8, I mean, it can get fireballed. I don't know.
And if it just gets killed outright, it doesn't give you a legendary.
Yeah, I think yeah. Yeah, Grom's obviously way better, and I think that you're better off playing other threats in your at the end of your mid-range warrior or whatever this goes in.
I think it's just way too slow. I'll give it a 2. Like the card is just really bad if you don't have an activator for it, because like best case scenario without like a whirlwind or a blood to Ichor or something, like you get 1 activation and you're just like trading it in and then it's dying, and it's really weak for 8 mana. But just on its own, it's just such a horrible card, and it's so and it's 8 mana. So
I think a 2 is about right.
I think maybe it's a 30. There's a lot of ways to activate it, and even though we know random legendaries aren't great, you could probably get 1 or 2 procs off on Rotface and be satisfied.
Mange, did you give a number? Mange?
Sorry, it's definitely a 2.
Alright. Markshire, I see you hovering that cell there.
oh, I forgot.
Yep. Alright, Scourge Lord Garrosh. So you get Shadowmourne, which is a 4/3 weapon that damages adjacent minions, and your hero power becomes Whirlwind.
So the weapon and the hero power are really good at clearing boards, but then you lose armor up.
And you don't do anything.
Yeah, like it's horrible offensively. It's a purely defensive Death Knight.
But only defensive against small minions. Right? Like it's not like you can even build incremental defense. If they play one big thing and then you just sit there with your Whirlwind, what do? I think this downgrades your hero power most of the time. Like that hero power is only good when you have tempo minions that care about being damaged, when you gain value by being damaged. You can't assume it'll be relevant for your opponent. You have to assume it'll only be relevant for you. And so if you assume that your hero power is only going to be relevant if you have minions that are affected by this kind of combo tempo play, that means you're not Control Warrior, and you're not Aggro Warrior. You're some kind of mid-range tempo that wants to play an 8-drop that then gives you a cool weapon that's probably comparable to Gorehell, and then you get a hero power that enables stuff. Is that good enough? I don't think so. I think this is probably the worst Death Knight.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. It just seems to like it just contradicts itself. Maybe in the mid-range warrior.
I like the weapon a lot that it gives you, but like it's an 8-mana weapon.
Yeah, it's a dope weapon, and I think the enabler hero power is pretty good, but not too exciting. Otherwise, this is getting a 4.
Mange, you rated that a 2, right?
I gave it a 3.
Okay. And then the last warrior card, the last class card, is this awful card that will likely be worse than Imp Master every time you play it.
I don't know. If you think the 1/3 warrior card is good, then shouldn't you think this card is good as well? Aren't they like play together?
They don't have to be. Just because a card is enabled doesn't mean I want to enable it. This is in that case is a 3-mana 1/3 that gets traded into by any 2-drop, and then you have a 2/2 to show for it. Like,
Yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting it survives damage. No, this card sucks.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
if it was just takes damage, it'd be way better. But it survives damage. I'm playing the 1 mana 1/3 first to be a 1 mana 1/3, and then also to like activate Acolyte and Frothing and shit like that. But not this card. This card is awful.
Yeah, not a big fan.
Yeah, I agree. 1.
One.
We made it to the neutrals. Holy fuck.
Hell yeah.
All right. And we get to start with a card that I think is being underrated because this card gives me Atris Veteran gives me Abusive Sergeant flashbacks. I don't know if there's a deck for it, but that +1 attack buff is permanent. Like this card seems really good to me.
Yeah, it's solid. It's not as good as pre-nerf abusive, but it's close. It's at least a 2/1. I think it can definitely see play in some aggressive decks.
I'd be surprised if it didn't.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. I the issue that I have with it is that the attack being permanent isn't going to be relevant a lot of the time if you're like using this to trade up, for instance. Like the attack for the attack to be relevant, like it has to, maybe be in like a bubble minion and like be able to trade into something. I think that a lot of the times that Abusive Sergeant will be able to do its job better, but the 2/1 body and the permanent +1 attack, I think makes it pretty okay. So I'll give it a 4. I think it's a pretty solid, aggressive, card that'll see play in some aggressive decks.
Yeah, I think this card definitely has a spot in board-centric early game decks.
All right. Arthas. There must always be a Lich King. That's the flavor text for those of you that don't know, and you should definitely go find out about it. In terms of being Arthas's trusty hound, I think this card is easily a 9. But unfortunately, we can't give flavor. It's fun. It's not good. Like the Death Knight cards are all nuts, but it's not. This is not a good card.
Yeah, it's a 4-mana 2/2. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, like and most of the good Death Knight cards are, a lot of them are late game value. Like Obliterate or Death Coil would be really cool to get, but you can't depend on it, and they have to kill it, and it's a 4-mana 2/2. So yeah, I think a 2 is about right.
I'll give it a 4. I think that it's a pretty solid value card for control decks that are trying to generate a lot of value. Specifically in the Zot decks, I think you probably play it a lot of the time. The issue with it, and the reason why I don't think it's better, is that the Death Knight cards are all crazy high variance, and that like they all do such wildly different things. And there's a chance that you're just gonna get one that's just not relevant at all for the board position that you're in or the game state that you're in. But when they do line up, it's incredibly powerful. So I think that it's probably a 4. Maybe some decks will play him in like Barnes decks,
Yeah, I could see that. Well, you played that with the Lich King itself.
of course.
Bloodworm. This card looks gross.
5 mana 4/4 with a shit effect.
I mean, mostly just the art. It's just like it's weird.
I just think it's bad.
Yeah, well, it's also not a good card, but the art looks weird.
Yep. The beast tag and the life steal are not good enough to justify the 4/4 stats.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Lifesteal ends up being a lot better than we thought, and this sees play. So I'll give it a 2 because it sort of has upside, but it's probably bad.
Yeah, some people are really high on lifesteal. I don't see it.
I'll give it a 1.
Bone-
High on life steal.
Bone Drake. I mean, do we think this could ever see play in Dragon Priest? Like, the deck doesn't really need a lot more value. 6 mana, 6/5 with getting a dragon is actually not bad value.
I think
Yeah.
card in a vacuum is very good. I don't know what dragon decks will play it though.
Yeah, I just don't know how good a random dragon is. I know like fairy dragon is pretty weak, but outside of that, they're generally good value. I think I'd have to like see a list of all the dragons.
In Standard, there aren't that many.
There's a
Um,
lot of really strong late game dragons, and
Yes.
in constructed, you'd probably just play one of them or get them off of your another spite instead of
Say,
randomly getting one. But this card is a snap pick in arena. Outside of that, nope.
you'll be happy to get a lot of times off of Nether Spite, but that's kind of the end of the road for me. So I'll give it a 3.
Oh yeah, that's true. Just don't put it into your deck.
Right.
Yeah. Bone Mare, on the other hand. I think this card is good. I think this is actually a good card.
Certainly one of the best common neutrals.
It's certainly going to be actually insane in Arena.
Oh yeah,
Really great at
Good
board
arena card
combat.
for sure.
Board
Yeah.
combat, it's amazing.
Yeah. It's like a Firelands portal that it's not like Firelands portal, but it's
Mm-mm.
I mean it's basically a 7 mana like spell that also drops a 5/5, right? So +4/+4 in taunt, like a Blessing of Kings with taunt stapled onto a 5/5. It's really strong if you're playing a mid-rangey deck and you expect to reach 7 pretty frequently. It's not going to replace like Curator, but I think there are a lot of decks that plan on doing stuff in the mid game. Like maybe if there's a control or a slower Warlock, this is a reason why it exists, right? That you would just Bone Mare in the mid game on your Desecration Demon or something.
Yeah, this is just so powerful. I don't see how it doesn't see play in mid-range decks. It's so many stats, even though it's sort of slow. Like so many stats, and giving taunt to another minion can be sometimes useful also.
Yeah, if Black Knight wasn't going to see enough play, Bone Mare is going to ensure that the Black Knight's going to be everywhere.
Oh yeah, none shall pass for sure. Mange, what's your number?
I'm not as sold as you guys. I think for the most part, the like kind of late game minion combat isn't super great. Like most decks don't do that. And I don't know. I think that most classes just have better options for 7 mana. So I do think it's good, but I don't know if it's quite good enough for constructed. So I'm gonna give it a 3.
Scalebane. Again, great arena card. Decent stat line when you count the +3 attack. It is end of your turn. But it's not poorly statted.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Like a 4.
I think Tiger's better most of the time though.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, it's decent. Get it off of Nether Spite. Get it off of the Bone Drake. Don't put it into your deck.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
I'm going to be saying that even more tonight as we push through these neutrals.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
All right,
Like,
now.
this is so much worse than the Dragon Consort, in my mind.
Yes.
And
but-
I agree.
That wasn't good enough, so this isn't good enough.
Yeah, that's fair. Corpse Raiser, you get to play a 5 mana 3/3 that Ancestral Spirit something. Is it ever better than Faceless?
I don't think so. You have to
Probably
wait to
not.
get that minion back, and this doesn't go into a constructed deck unless there's a crazy combo that follows it.
I think this is a 1.
Oh, I don't think it's a 1. Like I think this card definitely has potential. I just haven't looked through the synergies of it yet. But like the fact, like Ancestral Spirit has seen play in the past. It's a powerful effect, and getting a body with it is really good. I think I'm gonna give it a 4. I don't know if it's gonna see play in the next meta, but I think it probably can.
Yeah, Ancestral Spirit has been really niche in Shaman, never really a tier 1 deck at all. And it's so much more flexible at 2 mana. It allows you to like drop a big minion and then spirit it that turn. Corpse Phaser doesn't do that. I think it's so much worse than Ancestral Spirit, which is already a French card.
Yeah, I wonder if it being outside of Shaman would enable it at all, but I agree that I don't really see it. Corpse Taker. So in Paladin, this card is bonkers. But there's going to be a lot of decks where this is a 4 mana with at least 4 mana 3/3 with at least 3 of these abilities. Usually not Wind Fury. If you're in Shaman, you get usually not Lifesteal, but you get the other 3 if you play Alakir. But in Paladin, this almost certainly has Taunt, Divine Shield, and Lifesteal.
Yeah, that doesn't seem all that bad to me. Just gotta find the right lifesteal minion to put into that deck.
Worth noting that if you draw the keyword before you get to play this, it does not gain that effect.
Yes.
Those minions have to be in your deck completely. We already have a 4 mana 3/5 Divine Shield that is not bad, but like a lot of times elemental decks will cut it or play one of. And this is worse a lot of the time. So I'm not as sold on this one, but I think that there's some potential there.
Well, like,
And it can be super annoying, so I'll give it a 4.
Tolvir Stone Shaper also has the problem that is native to elemental decks only, in that it breaks the elemental chain and you don't always trigger it. This is a little bit more consistent, and it doesn't impact the rest of your deck. It does impact your deck construction a little bit, but not to the same extent. I agree that there's some variance to it, and Lifesteal, the only minion right now is Wicker Flame. So if you draw Wicker Flame, this card becomes way worse. So it becomes, a Silver Moon Guardian with Taunt. Might be good enough. I don't think this card is crazy good, but if you manage to get 4 mana 3/3 Taunt, Divine Shield, Lifesteal, that is probably good enough for most cases.
I do think if obviously if it finds any home whatsoever, like this is the obvious one, right? But it'll be Paladin, because not only do they have Tyrion and Burnbreaker, they have the 1 mana 1/1 Taunt guy, Divine
Yeah.
Shield. So
Yep.
there's so many
Yep.
activators for him that
Yes.
you're probably gonna get it off.
Yeah, like you pretty consistently get Taunt and Divine Shield, but outside of Wicker Flame, I don't think there's lifesteal cards you want to get put in your deck, and that's inconsistent. And you're never really getting Wind Fury. So I don't know. I don't think it makes the cut.
Alright, so this next card is clearly the Lifesteal minion you're putting into your Corpse Taker deck. Is there any reason why there shouldn't be ones across the board?
No.
Nope.
You can rock pool and heal for 2 life.
Bad. Murloc decks don't
Oh.
care about gaining life.
Gaining life when you're at 30 health, Ellie giggle.
Give a random Lifesteal minion in your hand +2/+2 as a battle cry. So this takes Lifesteal and hand buffing and gives you the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think both of those things suck, and so I think this card suck. I'll give it a 1.
Yeah.
Play a better constructed card.
You said that before today. What about Death Speaker? Do you think giving a
Tell you
friendly
what.
minion immune is worth playing in constructed?
I'm gonna tell you it again and again. Play a better card in your deck.
So this is sort of like giving a friendly minion Divine Shield, right? And Argent Protector has seen play before as a 2 mana 2/2, and this is a 3 mana 2/4. I don't know. I mean, I'll give it a 3. I don't think it's completely horrible. Probably doesn't make the cut, but like there's potential there.
So immune means it doesn't take damage at all, right? Or will it go to 1?
No damage.
So it's like it's a little bit better on things that are like Wind Fury.
Yes, it glows blue and it can't take damage.
Yeah, I was just like thinking of the application of this. Seems bad. I'll give it a 1.
Drakari Enchanter. I have no idea.
It's exciting for Death Knight cards. It's exciting for other end of turn effects, but it will never, probably not even see play in those decks. You'd rather find ways to strengthen your board state or put you in a position to win, and getting an extra card off of the end of turn effects probably isn't going to do that.
I'm pretty sure this card is fucking bonkers and wild with Emperor Thorson,
Oh,
Oh baby.
that's
But-
nuts.
right now it's not good enough. There will have to be cheap end of turn effects that you really want to copy, and we're not there yet, so I'll give it a 2.
Reminds me a lot of Baron Rivendare, which is also a 2, in my opinion.
Why does this card art have enormous boobs?
I mean, trolls have. I got nothing.
I don't. Anyways, Fallen Sun Cleric. It's a little Shattered Sun Cleric. You just take 1 off the mana cost, 1 off the power, 1 off the health. Tim, do you have any thoughts on this in Constructed?
This is going to see a lot of play. I think it's a really powerful card in Zoo Priest, and play better cards in your Zoo Priest.
I think it's better than Shattered Sun Cleric. I don't know if that's good enough though. I do think it's borderline and like a zoo type deck, just because when combined with like Argent Squire, it gets pretty nutty. And like the other Argent Squire with taunt, probably not good enough. I'll give it a 3. I think it's borderline though.
I mean, it's like Arceus Veteran. It's one more mana for +1 health. So definitely seems worse than that. I'll give it a 2.
I think the +1 health is relevant though, because you play something that's a 1/3, and now you can trade it into a 3/2 and keep the minion.
Yeah, health buffs are historically more relevant than
Yeah.
attack buffs.
That is true.
That's why I'm unsure. But
How about a giant thing that eats your weapons?
I will play this in my Ombre deck. I will make a 15/10 or a 16/10 eating 2 Arcanite Reapers.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is big. He's a large man.
The thing that I like about this is a viable meme card. Like,
Yes.
it will pose a threat. Like, it's almost always better to toss on your Arcanite Reaper and then play him as a 6/6. But I mean, you could argue to play just the big ass minion.
Like, it's not good, but it's fun, and it's still a 6-mana 6/6, so it's fine.
Yeah, this card's bad, but it's fun. But yeah, I'd rather just have my weapons and hit them in the face and make a big fucking weapon that can get removed. So
Then again, you do have those games where weapons are just sitting in your hand and you can't pour them out fast enough.
now you can pour them into this guy, huh?
Yep.
I'm gonna give him a 1.
Yeah, maybe it sees Fringe play in like Tempo Warrior.
The fringest of play.
Yeah.
Like Grave Shambler, which is
Okay. Yeah, I just don't understand this card. Like, why did they make it?
This is the
Because
second
Ooze
worst.
is
This is the second worst card in the deck behind or in the expansion behind Toxic Arrow.
Like, it's anti-weapon tech.
Oh wait, what are we talking about?
It's
Wait, are
Talking
we-
about the 6/6?
no,
Nope.
the 4/4.
Oh no, the next one.
Oh, okay, hold on, not the worst card.
Well,
There be
it's
just
you
one
know
guy.
that when you finish your weapon, it gets destroyed, right? Your weapon breaks. That counts.
When your weapon is destroyed. Oh. Yeah, I'd rather play the Banshee, but that's a card. Give that a 1.
I like how this card is so
Oh,
bad.
I
Mange
actually
did not know
did-
it existed.
Huh.
I had no clue this is a card.
But I'm pretty sure when you finish your weapon, it counts.
It does.
It should.
It does.
Yeah. But I
like,
think that makes it better than a 1. I'll make it a 2.
oh, Tigger Me Biscuits brings up a good point. Rogue. Yeah, no, it's a 1, I think, but it's cool.
How about?
Oh yeah, I'm picking that in arena.
Oh, for
but
sure.
I'm not picking Grim Necromancer.
You mean a
Won't do it.
4-mana 2/4 that makes 2 1/1s? What's not to like about that?
Well, I mean, the insane Paladin card, the 3-mana 2/3 that gives you 1/1s wasn't played. Of course, that was because Dragon Paladin lacked viability, but I mean, this card is not going to be played either.
Maybe an evolve.
Yeah, it's
Probably
double the
not.
chance of getting Doomsayer.
I think it's bad though. I think it's a 2.
I'll pick it in Arena. I'll let it have its
Same.
place there.
I'll give it a 3. Like, it does give you a bunch of tokens, and it's not horrible stats for its cost, so maybe it sees play at some point.
Happy Ghoul?
You're going to play the turn 1 Flame Imp, Coin, Voodoo Doctor to double Happy Ghoul.
Yes!
And then you get countered by Defile and then walk away.
Yeah.
3/3 isn't enough.
I mean, I've
This
heard
card-
the
ahead.
Priest argument, but Priest has to have taken damage on turn 1 and then heal face on turn 2 to play a 3/3. Like, is that really worth it? I don't think it's really worth it.
I think it's fine as a tech in that situation, but just yeah. The weird thing, or like the thing with this card is that like decks that would want to play a 0 mana 3/3 like a tempo card, like they're not healing themselves. But maybe in like Paladin, like a mid-range Paladin, or like an aggro Paladin, tempo Paladin, when you're like swinging with Truce over. I don't know. I think it's probably a 2.
Hildnir Frostrider?
So 3 mana for a 4/4 is good, but if you have other minions on the board, then it's a pretty big downside. And the kind of deck that would want to play this is going to be a tempo-based deck, and this is going to be a pretty significant drawback. And it's really bad in the mid to late game if you have any sort of minions on the board and are trying to push damage, because then you just can't play it. So I think it's a 1.
This card goes in decks where you're trying to curve out, and if you're curving out and playing minions, it's already a downside. This card is anti-synergy.
Think of the Marabi synergy.
Ooh.
Oh,
You get a
That's
copy
true.
of your Murabi.
No, you don't. It says every other minion.
Ah, that's racist.
that gets a 1 just for the lack of the dream.
Maybe in Shaman when you're like toteming onto you or something, but probably not.
So, Mange, you said a couple times you'd rather play the Banshee. Tell us about the Banshee.
I think it's fine. It's a 4 mana 5/5. That's pretty good. The upside or the downside of that card doesn't really matter in the decks that want to play it. Question is if it's good enough. Maybe some aggro deck out there wants it. I'm not sure what it is. The problem is it doesn't have any tribals. And right now all of the tribal cards or all of the decks that are aggressive have tribal synergy. So I'll give it a 3 with, some pretty serious upside.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4 mana 5/5. It gives me Fel Reaver flashbacks. It's not as big, but that's still like a significant stat line. 4 mana 5/4 that is harder to kill. So I don't know if it'll fit because it's not synergistic, but because Mange Raid's just a big body, but we'll see. How about Meat Wagon? Why does this card exist?
Doomsayer, validated Doomsayer. That's pretty much it.
You could buff it and it pulls other stuff.
It's the only mech in the set.
Bronson is convinced that that you cold blood this and you use it to summon your Malygos and your Malygos Rogue.
That's optimistic.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of this card. Seems pretty niche. Probably a 2. Maybe there's some use out there for it down the line.
I think you're off by about 1.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2.
Yeah,
This
well,
gets
fuck
a
you.
1 until someone finds a way to absolutely break this, and then someone's gonna nail me on this review.
Yep. What happened?
Mind Breaker.
hell is that?
He's got having a bad hair day. The stat line is
Oh,
good enough, and disabling hero powers is really difficult to evaluate. But this seems interesting, and like I'm not gonna write it off. I think that there's a place for this card. It is probably a tech card, but it's probably a good tech card.
Yep, it's just a tech card, and that's all it'll ever be.
I still
Yeah.
don't know what you're doing with it.
You're scared of the Death Knight Anduin OTK. That's it.
All right.
I'll give it a 2.
Necrotic Geist. Why? Why?
Put better cards in your deck.
Good in arena.
True.
What card is this?
6 mana,
Okay,
5/3.
in
When one of your
arena.
guys dies, you get a 2/2 ghoul.
Oh, this card sucks. We can just go. That's a 1.
Nerubian
Easy.
Unraveler. The fixed Lothab, and by fixed I mean significantly worse. But it is a tech card. 6 mana, 5/5 with a relevant ability is not the worst thing in the world. I think there are spots where this card is relevant. I think it's probably a 4, but like I wouldn't be surprised to see this be played at some point. Probably it's a good THL card.
I don't even know if like making spells cost 2 more is that significant of an effect. Like the 6 mana 5/5 is just it's just so weak, and like I guess if you're playing a minion based aggro deck and you don't get the downside of this, it's okay. But I don't know. I don't see it seeing any play really.
Lothab costs 1 less, and it pretty much locked your opponent out of spells when you drop them onto your board. This is coming down a turn later, and it does not do that. People can still use up to if it's your, if you're going second, they can still brawl you. They can still fireball you. Maybe it stops some kind of combo, but I think it's really, really niche. So I'll say it's a 3.
Yep. Resident Sleeper.
All right. It's 11:18. We got to be done in 10 minutes. So, Night Howler. I just don't care about this card.
Clear one.
Yeah, 1.
It's a dumb one.
It's worse than the
Hey
former
Tim, what should I
3/5
do with
set
my
in Night.
constructed? What should I do with my constructed deck?
Play better cards.
Yep.
Not
Okay.
Tim.
That's my catchphrase now.
Phantom Freebooter is a worse Naga Corsair. I think if you don't have a weapon, it's clearly worse. If you have a weapon, it's probably better, but not way better. I don't think I'd ever play this over Corsair, though.
No, it's just not as consistent. Like Corsair, a lot of the time you don't have a weapon, but the 5/4 isn't horrible because it's a pirate and it's aggressively statted, and this is really bad when you don't have a weapon.
It'll be a 4/5 when you play it as a rogue, right?
Yeah.
Mm. It has some upside, but most of it is just, yeah, no. I'll give it a 2.
So then we're on to the princes, and these all piss me off because they're a total waste of a legendary slot. In particular, the 2-drop prince pisses me off because if you poorly build your deck to include this guy, he's only good if you draw him on turn 2, and the games where you have him on 2 versus the games that you don't are so unbelievably different that it creates an incredible amount of early game variance. So I'm giving this a 1 out of principle, and also it's really bad because not playing 2-drops sounds like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I think that it would be playable if it just gave the buffs. But if you didn't include any 2 mana card other than him, like then you'd probably play it in Zoo and it'd be really good, right? I don't see how this is ever playable.
I still can't believe that like this is the card that Blizzard chose to release as the first legendary. At least I think it was the first legendary they revealed.
First one outside of Deathstalker Rexar.
Oh yeah.
So Prince Taldaram, I think, actually has some possibility of being relevant just for a cheap copy effect, mostly in non-standard formats or in weird meme decks, but I think the effect is decent enough. No 3-drop sucks, but I think if your deck wants this effect, it is the most willing to play around not having that early game slot, and it's not as dire as losing the 2 slot. I still think it's bad, but I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah, I think 2 is about right. Well, it's an interesting deck building challenge because you have to build a deck that doesn't have 3 cost cards, and you have to build a deck that really wants to make use of a cheap copy. So if those 2 things can happen, like sure, but it seems so unlikely. I'll give it a 2 as well.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
What about gaining Lifesteal and Taunt in a 4-mana 4/4?
So the only reason I'm giving this a 4 is because I think it could possibly see play in Miracle Rogue. You just cut shares in, and it's okay. And anything else, I think it's trash.
Yeah, I think that most decks probably wouldn't play a 4-mana 4/4 Lifesteal Taunt without the downside. You would think about it. Rogue, I can see it. I don't mind that because they really do struggle with life gain.
Yep, that card is some shitty poop.
I'll give it a 4 as well.
All right, Rattling Rascal. This is a 4-mana 7/7 lull. But
XD.
I think it's actually good.
It seems decent. There's a ton of debate, and there's no actual consensus yet. We'll just have to wait and find out just from seeing the games, seeing how it turns out.
I mean, you at least get to dictate how you trade into the 5/5, and they get to dictate when they get a 5/5. But the chance of yours value trading and then trading with theirs seems reasonable. Or if you're ahead on board and then you play this, that's a lot of damage spread out over 2 bodies. If you're already ahead in terms of applying pressure.
Yeah, I mean, if they can't deal with the 2/2 in the next turn, like if they can't deal with it immediately or even in the next turn, then it's really, really strong in an aggro deck. But I'm not quite sold on it yet.
Yeah, I'm not sold on it either. But Hockey Boys and I were talking about it, and he thinks it's really strong in aggressive decks, and there is some merit to that idea. Why that ends up working out in practice, I don't know. So I'll give it a 3, and we'll see.
So everybody gets Feral Spirits now. And I think 4-mana 2/2/3 taunts is pretty relevant, right? Like I think there are a decent number of decks that will be looking for an effect like this. It's on the low end of what you'd want. Like you have to want this over Senjin. And Senjin doesn't see play. This is a 4/6 over 2 bodies instead of 3/5 and 1. But I expect this card to see play. I'm gonna give it a 5.
Yeah, I mean, this was
Yeah.
the entire reason I was talking about the taunt druid.
I think
That's true.
I think that it probably only sees consistent play in Warrior because it's 2 taunts for 1 card. Oh wait, no,
I don't know,
Warrior's
I mean,
not
it's-
even, right? Warrior's not summon, is it? Warrior's play.
No, it doesn't do anything for the Warrior quest.
Okay,
It only gives you
yeah.
1 proc.
Mm,
But I think this can be good in like some aggressive decks just to protect your other minions. It's like Feral Spirits, but you don't get the overload and you pay 1 more mana up front. But it seems pretty solid. Maybe it's just like too boring to see play in a meta deck though. Doesn't really do
Wasn't-
anything special.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Feral Spirits only played in aggressive Shaman when Channel Trog was the thing?
Yeah.
No, I mean, Feral Spirit saw play before Tunnel Trog.
As a mid-range card, right?
Yes. Well, yeah. Well, back then, aggro shaman didn't really exist. It was just mid-range shaman, but it saw play in mid-range shaman.
Mange, what's your number for this card?
3.
Shallow Gravedigger.
Was
Why?
a 1.
Why?
Put better cards in your deck.
Skelemancer. So this is the epitome of a card that's only good if your opponent is bad. Or if you, like, taunt it up, I guess? But you're paying so much for so little on the front end, and they have no incentive to ever kill it.
Yeah. Just leave it up and then nothing happens.
Yeah, and like even if down the line you do taunt it up or like somehow make them kill it, like it'll be turns into the future where they might actually be able to deal with an 8/8. Probably bad.
I just don't see a world where I say this is the best I can do with my 30 cards.
I think it has a shot in power.
Because of Steed.
Yes.
Yeah, Steeding this would be super annoying. Because then, like, they kill it and then you poop out an 8/8 and a 2/6.
Yeah,
Precisely.
but like in mid-range Paladin, outside of Steed, it's just a really bad card. You'd have to put in more cards that synergize with it, and at that point, I don't think your deck is good.
You play it into the Primordial Drake turn, then they Drake, and then you get the 8/8 and kill the Drake.
That's true.
I didn't intend for that to be accurate, but it was. Okay. Mange, what's your rating?
I think it's a 2.
Yeah, too.
Skulking Geist. Do you hate Jade Idols? 'Cause if you do, I have the card for you. Like, I guess you play this if your deck is slow enough that you can beat Jade Druid, but you can't beat Jade Idol.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like Taunt Warrior can do just that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So
If-
this is definitely a tech card.
The thing, oh, it destroys in the hand as well, right? Okay.
Yes.
You also get rid of like inner fires, right? And
Power Word Shields.
power. Yeah.
Potion of Madness.
It's good against Priest.
Yeah. You get
Yeah.
rid of Shield Slam, which is annoying, but, small price to pay.
Yeah. I think it's a 1. Or I'm 1. I think it's a 4. Attack card.
Snow Flipper Penguin is the easiest 9 of my life. Spell Weaver. So this is a bigger evolved kobold. 6 mana 4/4 instead of a 4 mana 2/2. I mean, the effect is good, but it's typically you want to combo it by having open mana. So I'd almost always rather play evolved kobold unless I'm playing both. Because you're not playing this for the body.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
You want the cheaper minion.
Yep. Kobold's always better. You nailed it. It's a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1.
I'm not even going to talk about Sunborn Valkyrie. It's an arena card.
It's the best arena card out there.
It's probably pretty good in arena, but it never sees constructed play ever, right?
But you know my catchphrase by now, so.
Tainted Zealot. It's interesting that they made it, instead of Blood Mage Thalnos, it made the card harder to deal with. And I think there are situations where this is relevant. Definitely if Spirit Claws was still around, right? Like, was still a thing, then this card would guarantee Spirit Claw stuck around for a while. It would just let you clear the board more easily. You still play Thalnos over this. But, I don't know. I'm going to give it a 2.
Yeah.
I think that in decks, there's only been one recently, right? That played Kobold Geomancer alongside Thanos. But I think it's better than Kobold Geomancer.
Yeah, but that was only because Spirit Claws was so broken.
Was broken as shit, yeah. So I think it's also a 2. But if there's like some really crazy spell power synergy, yeah, it might be okay. That's why it's a 2 and not a 1, I think.
Yep. The Lich King. I think this will probably be one of the most played cards in the set. I don't know if that means the best card in the set, but at 8 mana, outside of class cards like Tyrion, there's not a ton of really amazing 8-drops right now. I guess Primordial Drake's the best one. And I think this card probably compares favorably to Primordial Drake in a lot of situations. It's incredible value machine. It's good stat distribution. It's a big taunt. It guarantees you a card that is likely really powerful. One of the most played cards in the set. Arguably one of the best cards in the set, if not the best card. I think calling it format warping would be a mistake, but I think a 7 is an easy justification.
Yeah, I mean, it's really powerful. Like, it definitely one of the most hyped cards. Once it was revealed, like, people think that it's by far the best card in the set. It might be, but I don't think it's like completely OP. Like, I don't think it's going to be in every deck like some people think.
No.
Just because the Death Knight cards are sort of situational, but still very strong.
I think it'll get played in a lot of decks, but not every deck.
I think I'm gonna rate this a 5. 8 mana, 8/8 taunt is kind of underwhelming for something that doesn't affect the board immediately, like Primordial Drake. And a lot of those Death Knight cards, they're all very powerful, for sure, but not always useful for the situation that you need. So I'm having a real hard time with seeing it being like universally great. It's probably better than Ysera, but Ysera can be harder to kill with the 12 body. I'm not as sold. I don't think it's the best card in the set. But I do think it's pretty good. And I'm definitely gonna play with it. So I think it's 5. I think it's solid.
Yeah.
Solid like Game Bomb.
I don't think it is the best card in the set, but I think it will be the one of the most played and most widely played. Taking Abomination. This was the first card they revealed, really?
Catchphrase.
I mean, this card is a meme. Tomb Lurker, 5 mana, 5/3. Add a random Death Rattle minion that died this game to your hand. Why?
It sucks.
Tuskar
Mhm.
Fisherman. Give a friendly minion spell
Also-
damage +1.
That's-
It's like it's not going to be better than Kobold Geomancer most of the time.
It's bad.
Spell damage would have to be really important for this to see play, and I doubt it will.
I'd rather play the guy that we talked about a while ago with the Divine Shield 1/1.
Yep.
You don't have to have a
That's
minion on
also
board, and it's also really annoying to deal with. This card just sucks. So I mean, it's probably fine in the arena, but it sucks in constructed.
Yeah, if you need like 6 spell damage minions in your deck, maybe.
I had never seen Venomancer until right now, and I was okay with that.
Ugh.
It's totally
It's worse than
unnecessary
Agna.
card.
Just like, why? Alright, so Vryghoul, 3 mana, 3/1, and it has the opponent's turn clause, and it gets a 2/2 ghoul? Like, it's neither half as good. One's across.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's worse than Egnap.
Wicked Skeleton, one's across.
That's the worst card in this.
Yeah.
Blah.
Wretched Tiller, I have had someone try and tell me it was a leper gnome. You are wrong. If you draw this any turn after turn 1, it is way worse than leper gnome. They just kill it. But if you play it on turn 1, it's kind of okay sometimes. I think a 3. I think Markshire, you're right on the money. It's a 3.
Mhm.
I think it's a 1.
It's being super overrated right now.
I'm really surprised people think that it's good. I don't think it's complete trash though. I mean, maybe you can like buff it. Maybe they'll print a card in a future expansion that like, I don't know, gives your 1 attack minions charge or something. This ends up being good. Like, it has potential, I think, but won't see play in this meta.
We did it, you guys.
Woo! We made it.
Yay!
Only 4.5 hours. Wow. It's been a real journey getting here. So we'll look back at this with probably members of Aeon in about 3 months, and laugh about how wrong we were about most of it, It looks like the cards with the biggest variance. Well, I'm the only one that rated Snow Flipper Penguin at 9, so you all are incorrect. We had some where we varied quite a bit. I think Strong Shell Scavenger, one of the first cards we did. Tim, you were the one to think that was the best.
Yeah, I think it's got promise.
And then we also differed on Frostlich Jaina and Lillian Voss. Those were 5s, and we varied by 6 on Strong Shell Scavenger. And then the highest rated card that we gave in the set, let's see, Ultimate Infestation, about a 6 across the board. Righteous Protector is about a 7 across the board. Uther is about a 6. Obsidian Statue we have rated pretty highly. Looks like Voodoo Hexer, Despicable Dreadlord, Blood Razor, and then the Lich King are our highest rated cards. Cool. Anything to add before we sign off?
I'm really excited to play some Death Knight cards.
Same.
Yeah,
Yay!
a lot of these cards are really cool.
Well, they're all cool. They're in Northrend. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody. We will be back to do another 4.5 real streams in 4 months, and until then, we're going to not do that. Thank you so much for coming by. Feel free to leave your feedback on the Facebook post, and we'll see you in Discord.
Bye.
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 Play better cards in your deck.
Yes.